Generational talent, playing at the peak of her powers.
She steps back, has a good look, and nails it.
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish.
Finds it with a third dart. Great to get that victory.
Kirsty Pruim!
Needed the one treble, which he's found. That, size-wise, is the easy bit, and that's the tricky bit.
There as Paige looked at that double 10 for the 140, but Natalie finds a double 10 there.
But the 82 in the last seems to have been a source of inspiration. Tops required, tops found. Another cleanly taken finish for Hutchinson.
It's 48. Well, okay, we'll do it the double-double way. But the problem is, for Paige, is because that dart is sat where it is, the whole Federation's good. What a dart!
Paige Pauling.
That might just be dart of the week from Paige Pauling there. 91 points away from a comfortable opening leg hold.
See, that's what I like to see, the old style play when then Poland's on the finish. The
Game's on the first leg. Vicky
brilliant
Pruim.
darts there from Vicky.
Good afternoon. This is the first in a double session of darts on Thursday. It's Women's Week 4, live from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the Modus Super Series, where Group C is about to get underway. Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome along to the first in that double dose of darting delights. Women's Week well underway, right into the heat of battle now, and one player already through to finals night. Former champion Kirsty made it through Group A. In fact, when she won that week, she defeated Laura Turner in the final. Laura alongside me now. Kirsty was excellent. Look, you've been here all week, sat in this studio and in comms, but tonight you're going to be down on that stage bidding to lift that trophy the first time yourself.
Yeah, going to give it a go. There's a lot of good players, obviously, once again here, Women's Week 4. It's going to be tough, whoever gets through, and Kirsty just proved her dominance once again by topping Group A, but plenty more action to come.
Yeah, she's becoming really synonymous with the Women's Weeks held here. She's making this place a home, isn't she?
She is, yeah, and she's doing it with some style as well, because I know she was disappointed. Women's Week 3, she was in a really good position and just got pipped at the post. She made sure this time that she got across the line and finished it in pole position. Couple of days rest for her, seeing the sights of Portsmouth, and then back in for Saturday.
Yeah, Kirsty winning Group A after falling short on doing that as well in the previous Women's Week. Gemma Hayter took the honours that time. This way, it went the other way round. Trina Gulliver, third place, going into Group B alongside Laura, Paige Pauling, Kirsty Hutchinson and Natalie Gilbert, falling into Group C, but all of them picking up a healthy amount of points, meaning that it's really open for anybody to get through.
It does feel like a very open group. I do agree with you, Group C. But yeah, like you said, little to split them. Everyone was kind of beating everyone else. It was a very... there wasn't much to call between all the players.
Thoughts on your group, joining your colleague Trina Gulliver, Gemma Hayter, very successful, of course, of late, Steph Clark and Robin Byrne.
Yeah, it's another tough group, isn't it? Myself, Steph and Robin were all recently at the Six Nations Cup. Gemma Hayter obviously just missing out on Group A and another formidable force. And then obviously the lovely Trina as well. So yeah, tough group. Thanks, guys.
The focus this afternoon, though, is on Group C. And in terms of the betting, well, the bookies have gone for a very, very strong favourite in Vicky Pruim. Now, you'd have to think that's based on the success she's had at reaching finals now every single time she's been here before.
Yeah, she's a very consistent player as well, very experienced. But again, another one of those players that knows how to get through via Group C, and she has been quite dominant when she's been here. So I'm not surprised, but there's another few players in that list. I think there's not much to split the rest of the field, so there could be some upsets along the way.
Who would you sort of highlight as a dark horse to maybe join Vicky in qualifying if that is the way it goes?
I thought Kirsty Hutchinson was playing better yesterday. I thought she found that bit more range and consistency. You've obviously got Sophie McKinley there as well, and Sophie, runner-up at the last edition of the Women's Lakeside World Championships. So there's definitely a few names in there. And Paige Pauling, she's an up-and-coming star, hasn't quite settled, but again, one of those players that just got better as the week went on.
Yeah, well, I think it could be anybody.
Yeah,
is what you're
absolutely.
saying, isn't it? If you are going to have a flutter, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+, gambleaware.org. Right, the opening match is going to feature Natalie Gilbert. Did finish bottom of Group A, but she managed to pick up 4 wins in the process. She's taking on a debutant in this tournament, Angela Kirkwood, who has appeared on the stage a couple of times before in ADC Women's Tour Finals events, but she's looking forward to a different challenge ahead. Angela, welcome, or I should say welcome back. You have played here in this venue before. First of all, just give us your memories of that experience playing in that ADC tournament.
Yeah, it was a hard game to play. Both times that I've been here, it's been really hard. Hoping I might get a few games under my belt this time and get a couple of wins there. It wasn't to be the last time at the couple of ADCs, but hopefully this time I'll get a couple of wins.
Is that something you've been looking forward to, playing the actual main Women's Week where you know you're going to be playing a few games and might be able to settle on that stage?
Yeah, exactly. When you're at the ADC, it's just one game. So hopefully a few games this time, and hopefully I'll get that first win.
Where do you feel your form's been at lately?
PDC-wise, not great. I have dropped off a little bit, but practicing-wise, playing local leagues, my form has been really good, so I'm hoping to bring that today.
You have had some success on the PDC Women's Series. People have seen your brilliant success on the ADC as well. Do you feel that you now start to come with a little bit of maybe pressure on yourself because of that success, but also a bit of a fear factor for your opponents?
Yeah, definitely. The better you do, you always seem to put more pressure on yourself. So obviously there's no audience here today, so I'm hoping that will settle us down. And like I say, getting that first win, that's all I'm hoping for today. Playing well and a couple of wins.
What would it mean to you to get to Saturday where there will be an audience?
I'll be used to it, so I'm fine. If I get there, I get there. If I don't, great. As long as I play well, that's all I want to do, play well.
Well, thanks for talking to us and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Yeah, the action about to get underway then here at the Modus Super Series. And it's quite often what you hear from many of the women players, that it's kind of about showcasing their ability, almost more so than the outcome. But when you get onto the hockey, you do want to play well, but you want to win as well. And Angela Kirkwood is hoping to get off to a flying start here. She mentioned that getting that first win under her belt will be the important thing. If she can do it at the start, then she could be a real contender to qualify for Saturday night. The 47-year-old from Sunderland has made the long pilgrimage to Portsmouth to take on Tamworth's Natalie Gilbert, making her second appearance at a Women's Week. Incredible story, Natalie Gilbert. The fact that she's even playing darts is really an amazing feat. I'm sure we'll delve more into that as the day goes on. But the first of 2 jobs today for Laura Turner is to commentate alongside me, and then she'll be on the stage this evening. Laura, an opportunity for you to maybe share a few insights this afternoon over
First
a few
leg, it's Angela
maybe
to throw
players
first.
that aren't as high profile as
Game on.
many darts fans know, but they're about to show what they can do.
Yeah, and Angela Kirkwood being one of them, obviously here on debut, as you mentioned before, has been on a couple of the WADC events that have taken place here at the
28.
Live Lounge. But did pick up a title on the PDC Women's Series, and that is still quite an elite list of women that have picked up titles because of the dominance pretty much of Bo Creeves picking up quite a lot.
62.
There aren't a lot of other women that have had a look in, but actually Natalie Gilbert, again, another name on that list.
Yeah, I
81.
remember speaking to Natalie actually when she won that one, and that her story went mainstream then, didn't it? That she'd suffered a stroke, she was struggling, didn't even know if she'd be mobile after that
54.
horrific experience. So actually used darts as part of her rehabilitation and absolutely loves the game, embraces every moment, as you can imagine, and it's just a testament to her inner strength
64.
and determination to do what she loves. The fact that she is here able to play this game to a high standard today.
Yeah, it's something she, like you say, speaks openly about. And
58.
not just that, I would argue, and I don't think there's any player that would disagree, that plays in the women's series, one of the nicest characters that you get to meet on the women's series as well. Played with her there and also on the BDO, now WDF tour.
40.
And this will be the first meeting between these two this year. They have met
82.
on the BDC Women's Series once in 23, once in 2024.
$60.
As for Natalie Gilbert, so far this week, yes, she finished the foot of the table, did have 4 wins over the 3 days.
28.
And the one thing Henry and I did pick up on is even when she had lost, she'd been really competitive in the meeting. A lot of results ran close.
140.
The first
46.
2 treble visit
Angela
goes the way of
require
Angela
88.
Kirkwood, which leaves her now on 88.
Well, she's looking at the score of Gilbert there. She sees that she's on a finish, albeit the biggest one, and with the ultimate respect,
48.
went for 18 and
Natalie
bullseye.
require
Couldn't execute it,
170.
but it just shows that she knows that Natalie's capable of taking this out. And we almost got the evidence.
Yeah, really wasn't far off that second treble.
134. Angela, you require 40.
So for the first leg, on debut, double top.
No score. Natalie, you require 36.
Almost slightly safe darts there. Maybe not attacking as
Game shot on the first leg.
aggressively as
Natalie Gilbert.
she would have needed to, and Gilbert picked up the pieces, and maybe Laura were just seeing at the end of that leg the difference in having been here all
Second
week
leg,
and
it's
stepping
Natalie
onto the
to throw
stage for the
first.
first time in it.
Game on.
Yeah, I do often think that is something that can play a bit of a factor. Natalie, as we mentioned, has been here in Group A, so this is day 4 for Natalie
100.
Gilbert. She knows the stage very well, won't be intimidated by it whatsoever. As for Angela Kirkwood, she has played here, but in front of an
6.
audience, and it is different when you play here without an audience.
Coming up next, Sophie McKinley is going to take on Kirsty Hutchinson. Vicky Pruim will then face Paige Pauling. Pruim made a big favourite for this
100.
group by virtue of the fact that she's always made it through to finals night every single women's week that's been held so far. But little to separate the other players.
85.
Yeah, you feel for the rest of the field that if someone can find that kind of mid-range consistency, get the scores in, but it's the finishing, I think, that's been
96.
a bit of a sticky point for some of the players over the course of Group 8. You've got 2 exciting young talents in the group by way of Paige
100.
Pauling and Sophie McKinley.
Yeah, Paige, I think, has performed quite well this week.
95.
Had a particularly good day on Tuesday when she won 3 of the matches.
$100. Natalie, you require 110.
Sophie, of course, made both the girls and the women's World Championship finals. Looking for the same target she hit to win the opening leg here.
92.
Natalie won't
Angela, you require
do
156.
it yet, but you would think she would return.
$100.
Good
Natalie
pick off with
require
the last
18.
dart. Gilbert now to go 2-0 within one of this opening match.
Double 4. And it is only a race to 3, remember, if you are tuning in for the first time this week.
10.
3 legs will win you a
Angela
game and
require
pick
56.
you up 2 points.
Well, we saw Angela Kirkwood miss 3 at top. She's got 2 more in hand and
Shonda's
isn't
second
missing
leg,
this
Angela
time round.
Kirkwood.
Yeah, nice
Third
finish
leg,
from
it's
the
Angela to throw
northeast
first.
lass.
Game on.
That will settle her down. And she's taken the throw back with that break.
60.
Plenty coming up, of course. Plenty of live darts coming up on the Modus Super Series channel this week on Pluto TV. We've got a double session for you today and tomorrow as normal. The Women's Week finals on Saturday, 7:30 as usual. And then a double session of darts by way of the World Seniors Champion of Champions, debuting on Pluto TV here at the Live Lounge for the first time, featuring many legends of the sport, including Trina Gulliver, who you'll be up against this evening, Laura, and Raymond van Barneveld, given special dispensation to play in that tournament. He will be here on Sunday. Don't miss that. The action getting underway from 1 in the afternoon. 8 quickfire matches, prelims and quarterfinals before the semis and finals in the evening from 7 p.m. That's Sunday
100.
Here, live and free on Pluto TV.
Yeah, it really is a solid lineup, isn't it, for Sunday? And as you say, for those people that have secured their ticket already, up close and personal view from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It really is an intimate venue. I don't really think, Henry and I were talking about it, and it's only places maybe like the Circus Tavern or the Lakeside where you actually have the opportunity to actually have that kind of view of the players.
Yeah, and if you haven't got your ticket, head to dartshop.tv to do so. Also, Phil Taylor's going to be here on Saturday afternoon, an exclusive audience with event which won't be broadcast live. So if you want to see that and be part of the audience, ask a question.
Angela, you
It's
require
the greatest of all
160.
time. Tickets still available for that as well. Dartshop.tv, the place to go. You could have a fantastic darting weekend if you attended all of those events.
100.
Kirkwood seems to have turned this tie around. She was on the brink of a 2-0 deficit now.
45.
2 darts
Angela,
away from going 2-1
60.
ahead.
Double 10 for 2-1.
50.
But for Gilbert, back on 165, can't finish by way of hitting 45 the throw before.
$57. Angela, you require 10.
Can't get much closer.
Game shot on the third leg. Angela Kirkwood.
Excellent use between the posts. In it goes, and in front she goes.
Fourth leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, already a solid opening start to this Group C session. Natalie, not necessarily the type of player, although she was 1-0 up and it had the opportunity to go 2-0 up.
66.
She's not the kind of player that particularly will panic about it.
$60.
Gilbert backfiring that big first treble.
100.
I think this game is going to give us an indication as to how close this group could turn out to be.
60.
Not looking at any individual fixture and seeing a clear winner. Can understand the reason that the bookmakers have gone for Vicky Pruim as a strong favourite, but if you just remove the fact that this was a Modus Super Series week and said
100.
it's this player against this player in any setting, then I think the odds would be a little bit more even in every match.
108.
Although with scores like that, if Angela Kirkwood keeps that up, the narrative could change.
Yeah, goes by the nickname Girl on Fire and certainly was with that visit.
83. Angela, you require 141.
Puts herself in a position where she could win the match here. Treble 19, leaves double 12. Oh, what a sensational attempt that was.
Natalie, you require
Almost
92.
6 perfect darts to win the match, and now Gilbert pushed into the corner here and simply has to take out this 92.
Options here, 72 required, going double, finds the first, can she find the second? Just
56.
marginally off the target.
Angela, you require 12.
Both players missing relatively spectacular checkout attempts there, but Kirkwood has put herself in pole position in this game after losing that opening leg.
No score.
But finds the wrong double
Natalie,
at the wrong time.
36.
Natalie's already found this target a couple of times in the match, and you feel that should be a good guide. Well, just the wrong side, so double 14.
Game shot on the full
All
flag.
square.
Natalie Gilbert.
And Kirkwood
Fifth
could have won
and
every leg in
final
this
leg.
match.
It's Angela to throw
Will
first.
she win the match, or will it
Game
be
on.
one that sees her leave the stage kicking herself?
Well, just the last leg. Angela Kirkwood, 180, left her on the 141.
26.
Missed it by a hair for double 12.
$81. $60.
And then goes trebleless in 2 visits to kick off the decider. Gilbert could open up an advantage here.
First couple of days, Natalie
25.
found herself in four matches that went the distance at 2 apiece. She lost every single one in the deciding leg. As I mentioned before, she's been competitive, she's been in it, but hasn't been able
60.
to quite cross the line when that little bit of pressure's on.
$47.
Just get the feeling that both players are feeling it here. In this group as well,
26.
you don't have the time span that players have had. It's a very different feeling, isn't it? You know, if you lose games on Monday or Tuesday, yep, you're going to get more chances, whether it be to get through via Group A or through a secondary group. But once you start
66.
losing games on a Thursday, you can quickly find yourself sinking in the quicksand.
Yeah, especially in Group C, you've got 6 players, but only 2 places to make it through to finals night. But you also can't underestimate the importance of just getting that first win. They're the first 2 out today. This is the first outing for Angela Kirkwood at all this week. To get that first win, go back in that back room, you just feel
60.
you feel great. Yes, we talk about playing well, but if it's not all still going to plan, just getting across the line, that is the most important thing.
Yeah, whoever wins it won't care how they win it.
97.
Good cover there from Kirkwood. Gilbert has to make sure she gets the maths right here. Well, missing the big number means she's going to have to find
39. Angela, you require 132.
treble, which she couldn't. And Kirkwood now, well, it might change her mind on this shot, actually. Usually you would go for the ball when your opponent's on the finish. She does anyway. Does she go for it to win the match? Now she looks at the score. I think she may decide to stay away from it, and
92.
she does.
Yeah, sensible play in the end for Angela Kirkwood, and she has had some
50
success
serve.
on this tops target
Angela,
this
you
match.
require 40.
Yeah, you'd say she's been the dominant force in the match. She's had doubles to win every single leg, and now she's got darts to win the match. Double top. Good little barrier to use there.
No score.
Unable to do so. Is
Natalie,
there a
you
twist in the
require
tail?
126.
Well, it's 3 match darts come and gone for Angela Kirkwood. Natalie Gilbert here, hoping that she will get at least one. If that's the case, needs the treble 19. Finds the treble 19. It is 1 at the ball for Natalie Gilbert.
78. Angela, you require
Didn't really
40.
threaten it, so 3 more in hand for Kirkwood at that tops target. And this
Picture
time,
and the match.
in
Angela
it flies. And the girl on fire is off to a flyer. Angela Kirkwood on debut at a Modus Super Series Women's Week, picking up the points in her opening match. A 3-2 success over Natalie Gilbert. She really did dominate. You can see there with the amount of darts she had at doubles in that game. A 180 for good measure as well. Great start for her. Up next, Sophie McKinley takes on Kirsty Hutchinson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Women's Week, where Sophie McKinley enters the fray for the first time in it. Kirsty Hutchinson is her opponent for this one. McKinley from Scotland, 18 years of age, made it through to both the Women's and Girls World Championship finals in the WDF. Takes on her English opponent, Kirsty Hutchinson, another player from the North East, looking to follow in the footsteps of Angela Kirkwood, who won the first match. Second appearance at a Women's Week, second consecutive appearance at a Women's Week. And you mentioned, Laura, that you were quite impressed with what you saw from her in Group 8.
Yeah, she had a mixed bag. I would say, Tuesday was relatively disastrous in terms of the outcomes. Yeah, she was up and down, but she pulled it all together going into yesterday. Monday, she posted the two highest averages. She had an 83 and an 85 to see off proceedings on Monday. But like I say, she does carry that fourth dart. She has been struggling with her throw, but I just thought from what we'd seen on the Tuesday, she managed to bounce back. So if she can maintain those kind of levels, then we might get the best out of her.
Yeah, and actually beat Kirsty Vinnikainen twice over the course of those 3 days. Kirsty, of course, winning the group. So just showing that she's a contender. Former world finalist herself, of course, was beaten by Bo Greaves when Bo won the first of her world championships at the Lakeside.
60.
Yeah, Sophie McKinley, another one of those young players coming through, already doing big things, as you mentioned, in the darting world. Recently
55.
represented Scotland at the Six Nations.
$140.
Do make sure you're watching this evening when we reveal
100.
next week's lineup. I can tell you it's absolutely stacked. And a little bit of interest for my co-commentator. I'll leave that there.
60.
But yeah, that will be revealed during this evening's Group B session, which my co-commentator will be
41.
playing in. Looking forward to tonight, Laura.
Yeah, I obviously it's a kind of switching from one mode from this morning to another, but I always look forward to playing here.
60.
I can't overstate how much the experience is beneficial to all the women, and I don't think there's a woman that actually has played here that has said any different.
Yeah, in the interview after winning the group yesterday, Kirsty Vinnikainen
95.
declared she loves this place.
She would do. She's had some fantastic results here. I wouldn't blame her. Quite often you do start to fall in love with a venue, and you'll speak to some people, they'll hate the venue, and you'll love it because you've had success in it.
$100. Sophie require 133.
133 then for McKinley. Isn't going to go, but she can leave it quite handy here and just apply some pressure.
93. Kirsty requires
Does exactly
65.
that, teeing up tops. Hutchinson may look at 25 here to get to the same target. And that's what she gets.
$45. Sophie require 40.
So no tops nor tens for Hutchinson.
Game shot on the
Straight
first
in
leg.
for McKinley,
Sophie McKinley,
who leads this match by a leg to nil.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's for Sophie McKinley. Mentioned, obviously, she's one of those players that's starting to come through the ranks, obviously making that transition from the youth game where she's won titles at the Europe Youth Cup, won the singles there, beaten Paige Pauling along the way. Now we're seeing her on the senior circuit. Mentioned the runner-up position at
60.
the recent Women's Lakeside, but also won the England Open. A couple of wins over in Switzerland and Hungary. And I think it's great. It's great for the sport to see when there are strong players coming through.
Good response this from Hutchinson, 100 followed by 140. And very little sign of the problem that has plagued her recently. You can see she's holding that fourth dart with the yellow stem and flight to counter the struggle she's had with dartitis. I feel like she's throwing with good freedom.
Yeah, only once or twice throughout the week has she lost that little bit of form. I will say the dart throughout the week has been red, so maybe the yellow for a bit of change of fortune.
100.
Yeah, if you think it's going to work, then it might work. Whether it's that or not, that little placebo effect sometimes
60.
can just do something.
Honestly, Murph, the mind of the dart player, you can't explain it sometimes.
Yeah, superstitious is an understatement for many
36.
dart players.
Kirsty require 146.
I can't even go into the superstitions that I had last weekend.
Well, Joe Cullen's one of my favourites. He actually finds an invisible piece of fluff on the stage before every match and throws it off the stage. It doesn't actually exist. But you watch, you will see him do it every single time he enters a stage.
I quite like it when Michael Van Gerwen pulls his socks
79.
up, taking that
Kirsty
metaphor
requires
to a
20.
literal sense.
Well, can Kirsty metaphorically pull hers up here because she's missed every dart she's thrown at double so far in this game.
Game shot
And that trend ends.
Kirsty Hutchinson.
All square.
Third leg, it's Sophie to throw first. Game on. $85. $60.
You just sense that today a lot of these results are going to run close. It is only a race to 3. There is always that element in a short form match where you can find yourself unstuck really quickly, but what we've seen so far, I think these results will be close.
Nice rhythm to this game. Both players playing at a very similar pace. That should help to bring out the best in the pair of them. It'll be very similar to how they feel in practice.
$24. Kirsty require 161.
101 required. Didn't have to go for the ball if she found the treble 17.
Could go for it now.
97.
Yeah, slight argument for it is that she'd now be on a single to double checkout, and she at the 25.
60. Kirsty requires 64.
Now it's treble to double or 2 singles to double.
$32. Sophie
Outside
require
chance
132.
For McKinley here. Bullseye will be the starting point, I feel sure.
That is an inviting bullseye. There's the second for a 132 double 16.
100. Kirsty requires
And that's the thing, isn't
32.
it, for dart players? How can you be that accurate on the bullseye twice and then get nowhere near the double, the bigger target?
Edge on the third
which
leg,
Hutchinson
Kirsty
pins
Hutchinson.
to punish.
Fourth leg, it's Kirsty to throw first.
I have to say, the 132 is one of my favourite shots because when you pull it off, it looks absolutely magnificent. Sophie McKinley, great effort there.
35.
Seeing a bit of everything in this game now. At Robin Hood shot from Kirsty Hutchinson.
Did that yesterday, actually. I wonder if she's actually changed the stem, because if you don't change the equipment, and you've done that before, if you throw it in a similar position, you're more likely to catch it.
But it'll just open it up slightly, won't it? So you've got more area to
100.
drop into. Pruim Pauling is the game that follows this one. That will see the final 2 players in this group take to the stage for the first time. Pauling has been in action all week, the 17-year-old who beat Sophie McKinley in that Girls World Championship final. Vicky Pruim, who has got that perfect record here at the Super Series of making it through to Saturday nights, and the strong odds-on favourite to win this group.
41.
Yeah, this pair have met once previously before, back in 24 at the Dutch Open, and one of those tournaments that everyone waxes lyrical. I think if you're a player and you've never been to the Dutch Open, it's one place you should you have to go to. It is definitely an experience, but it was Kirsty Hutchinson that got the better of Sophie McKinley there. Sophie McKinley, one of those players that
40.
hasn't yet done the PDC Women's Series.
$60.
We've had a real mix of players here at the Women's Weeks that have been held. Of course, Lisa Ashton winning the most recent
82.
one.
Kirsty
unable to attend this time around.
146.
We've had Valencheric and Bo Greaves both play, but neither winning it. Rhiannon O'Sullivan won the first one. So the only previous champion is Kirsty Vinnikainen, and she's through to Saturday night already.
42.
But just the variety of winners that we've had so far, I think that really is a testament to the quality and the depth of talent that we have now in the women's game. And to me, it's only going to grow. 44 finds the four tops for the match.
84. Sophie require 97.
This one, treble 18 would also have left the top, so another chance for
81.
Kirsty Hutchinson to take the match.
Require 20.
Double 10.
Game shot and the match.
Does the job.
Kirsty Hutchinson.
For Kirsty Hutchinson to get off to a winning start in Group C. A 3-1 success after losing the first leg to Sophie McKinley. Hutchinson responded with a run of 3 to victory in that one. She joins Angela Kirkwood, fellow North East player, in winning her opening match, and the numbers are pretty tidy as well. Not far off an 80 average, 3 out of 8 on the doubles, and some good scoring in there. Up next, Vicky Pruim versus Paige Pauling.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. got to be 19th for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Women's Week, where the final pair to play in Group C for the first time will be Vicky Pruim and Paige Pauling. Pruim, who's got an excellent record, in fact a perfect record of making it through to finals nights, taking on Paige Pauling. Yet to be there herself, but every time she comes back here she seems to have improved on the upward trajectory. And I think sometimes, Laura, younger players can maybe be underestimated because we've got a couple in both men's and women's darts that have been so fast to rise to the top of the game that it kind of overshadows the good, steady progress of people like Paige Pauling.
Yeah, and anyone that's ever towed the Oki against Paige, myself included, you know exactly what level she has got. And
Game on.
you can also tell because she has been so dominant on the youth circuit, now just making that transition onto the senior tour. And she's transitioning onto a women's senior tour now that in terms of the levels of play, we've really seen a big progress. But again, she's still going deep into those tournaments. Definitely a star in the making. But I understand what you mean, because everyone, rightly or wrongly, you can't help but compare. And when you compare to the likes of a Luke Littler or a Beau Greaves, who have obviously just shot right to the top so quickly, yeah, you can understand why some of the others just maybe go under the radar slightly.
You know, those two took the escalator, everybody else taking the stairs. Doesn't mean they can't reach the same height at some point.
100. $140.
One thing Paige Pauling is also really quite good at is that level of
97.
board management, making
Vicky
sure
require
that she can't
93.
leaves herself a finish every time.
Yeah, well, you can't take out a finish if you don't leave one.
142.
And she's got the opportunity to do so here. Treble 17 the target. She may look for a... I was going to say... may utilise the bull, may still do that. 25 would tee up top. She's gone in the bull, meaning it's 15 left, but 50 will give Pruim the opening leg. Wastes the first, but hits the important one at the end and takes the lead.
Second leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Vicky Pruim there, taking the lead in double quick time.
99.
Yeah, change of plan as well during the visit, because she started going for 10, didn't she? And then ended up, that would have left her tops, obviously, and she ended up going for double 16.
95.
There was this kind of rule that people used to try and push on me when I was a younger player coming through, and that was never go
100.
for a single number unless you had to, where you could bust. So if you went for the 18 first and slipped into the 54, throw over. If you slip into the treble 10, it's double 10. Whereas
43.
when she's made that second switch, that risk isn't so much there.
19.
Trust me, I could bust going for anything.
Yeah, I can't really comment yet, I'm afraid.
85.
Speak to me about it tomorrow morning, maybe.
Yeah, does this mean we can't get your predictions on this evening at the end of this afternoon's show?
Well, you can try, but I'll be firmly on the fence.
81.
It is indeed the opening match of the night. Laura Turner
38.
against Trina Gulliver as the two Super Series commentators clash on the Live Lounge stage.
27.
And for those who want a bit of backstage information, they do actually hate each other.
83.
I think it would make it easier
Vicky
to play each other if we did, but
81. Paige
Good to see Trina playing well and getting through to Group B. An absolute legend of this sport. Now one of the bright rising stars looking at double 18.
66.
Couldn't quite
Vicky
find it and
require
Pruim in
89.
position to punish again.
a single 20 leaves the ball.
64.
Yeah, good effort.
Paige required 36.
Double 18 then for parity. Becomes double 9. Oh, it's just inside and the chance has gone.
No score. Vicky required 25. $17. Paige required 36.
A reprieve here for Paige Pauling. Again goes inside, meaning double 9.
Game shot on
Sneaks
the
it in the
second
corner
leg. Paige
and
Pauling.
levels up the match.
Third leg, it's Vicky to throw first. Game on. $96.
Vicky Pruim, as we mentioned, always found a route through to finals night. Played in every single group.
85.
Played in every single women's week. Started off in Group B, managed to get through there. Group A in week 2 and ended up in Group C and found her route through to the finals in Group C. This time kicking off in Group C.
$78. $41.
Has been a regular. Has been a bit of a rotation of players.
99.
Kind of dropping in a debutant or two in every week that we've seen so far. Just looking at the women's series, actually,
100.
order of merit to see how it compares. And Lisa Ashton in number 3 on that order of merit, the highest ranked player to have won
97. Vicky
the
required
women's week. But we've also seen her not make it to Saturday.
Yeah, I think that was women's week 2. Again, I think what's delightful is the
Paige
fact that you've
required
got 12 women here, but
142.
you have the options because of the depth of talent to mix it up.
Yeah, there are one or two players that, without
86.
naming names, that have just
Vicky
been unable to
required
make it work,
140.
unable to come here for a full week. Obviously, the majority of players do have
44.
full-time jobs and
Paige
families and that
required
kind of thing.
56.
But there are a number of players still on the list that we'd love to get here for the first time.
Game shot on the third leg.
Paige Pauling has taken her opportunity when she's been on that stage, and she's taken an opportunity there to break the throw. And against the
Fourth leg,
odds-on
it's Paige to throw
favourite to win
first.
the group,
Game on.
Pauling is throwing for the match.
Yeah, best leg of the match so far for Paige Pauling in that
32.
last one, averaging just around the 75 mark.
Do you come with a recommended
95.
name for a player that we are yet to see at a Women's Week?
I think there's quite a few perhaps in
21.
Europe that are coming through, likes of an Aileen de Graaf. I'd recently played Priscilla Steenbergen in the final of the Six Nations.
85.
It would be great to get Bakura over if that would ever logistically be possible. I mean, Japan is not exactly round the corner.
Yeah, although has played in a normal
Yes.
Super Series week. Famously played against Cor Decker,
77.
about 4 times her height.
Yeah, Cordecker is like 3 Makurus on each other's shoulders.
And another really rising star. We talk about
100.
Paige Pauling, but if you look at the rankings, in the top 20, you've got the likes of Eleanor Cairns, not far behind her, the Italian talent Aurora Focasato. So
99.
plenty of young prospects as well that may be here one day.
Yeah, absolutely. Aurora Focasato especially. She has lifted that Youth World title previously.
60.
Right now, Pruim looking to at least
44.
force a decider. She will have
Vicky
the darts in
require
it as well. She's got
161.
6 from 161 to make it 2-2. That is
137.
an absolutely sublime setup.
Yeah, Pruim has really rallied after being broken in the last.
58. Vicky required 24.
Yeah, moved across the oki, tried to
Paige
find the
require
angle, but this would be
170.
some way to see out the match. 170 for Paige Pauling.
Wow. Bull. What a way that would have been to win it.
Vicky required 12.
2 trebles located to put the pressure on Pruim, who would have been watching from behind a hand.
No score.
And she's, what, a
Paige
fingernail away
required
from
41.
the double 6. But Pauling, after that brilliant attempt, can now get this job done. You'd have to say it would be an upset. But now she'll be upset with that dart.
You don't often see a big reaction from Paige Pauling, but clearly disappointed
2.
with the visit.
Vicky required
Couldn't
12.
set it up either. So another opportunity for Vicky Pruim. And it's double 3. And double
Edge
3
on the full
is found.
flag, Vicky Pruim.
We do go all the way.
Fifth
now we'll
and
see
final leg. It's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
if the teenage talent can put that moment behind her.
45.
It didn't happen very often for Paige yesterday, but there were a couple of times going for finishes that were just a bit off the mark and couldn't find the adjustment. Hence, could be down to the speed and velocity that she throws. That just doesn't give her that extra bit of time to adjust.
41. $59. $140.
Piling the pressure on here is Vicky Pruim. 275 after 9 darts, and Pauling
36.
spraying them around a little bit, maybe just dwelling on the opportunity that went begging in the last leg.
And that is something that comes with
55.
experience. You need to be able to shake it off, but it is difficult. Very easy for me, sat here in the commentary box, to say, right, forget about it, on to the next. But it was a massive opportunity
60.
for a bit of an early upset for Paige Pauling.
Yeah, it's a little bit like going on tilt in poker, isn't it? You sort of throwing with emotion rather than
60.
just trusting in the process, forgetting about what's gone before.
100. Vicky require 160.
Well, Pauling couldn't take out 170 to win the match. Can Pruim win it with a 160? Yes, she
On the
can.
match,
Wow.
Vicky Pruim.
An incredible end to an incredible encounter, which saw Paige Pauling almost win it with a big fish finish of 170. Then a miserable miss at tops denied her a second dart, and it's a thanks to whoever's above from Vicky Pruim there, who took out a stunning 160 to pick up her first points of her latest campaign to make it through to another finals night. Next, it's Gilbert against McKinley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series darts channel on Pluto TV, where we are 3 games deep into Group C on this Women's Week, the 4th Women's Week to be held here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And the match that's about to take place is between 2 players that were on the wrong end of the result in their first games. Natalie Gilbert went down 3-2 to Angela Kirkwood. Sophie McKinley was beaten 3-1 by Kirsty Hutchinson, but one of them will pick up points here.
Yeah, Natalie Gilbert, unlucky in that first game. Threatened a 1-10 finish, which I think would have turned the match around in her favour. It would have put her 2-0 to the good as it stood. Angela Kirkwood battled well and then had that dominant last leg, whereas Kirsty Hutchinson brushed past Sophie McKinley 3 legs to 1.
First leg, it's
And
Natalie
don't you feel, Laura, that
first.
there have been those kind of moments in every
Game
match
on.
we've seen so far today? Sophie had that 1-3-2 attempt. Paige Pauling in the previous match, a 170 attempt. If those go in, you may be looking at those players picking up the points rather than the people that beat them in the end.
And not only that, I
54.
think those big moments, if you can take them, one, the confidence it gives you, but also you can see the head of your opponent drop in a short race format. Really can absolutely change the outcome.
100.
Reminder, this is the first of 2 sessions today. Tonight we will have, from 10 p.m, Laura Turner on the stage, taking on Trina Gulliver, Steph Clark, Gemma Hayter and Robin Byrne, making up Group B. Same times for the live action
100.
tomorrow. Saturday night, 7:30, finals night gets underway. And here on Sunday, the World Seniors Darts Champion of Champions event taking place for the first time at the Live
85.
Lounge, brought to you for free on Pluto TV and featuring some legends of the sport, including Raymond van Barneveld, who will be making his World Seniors debut, the likes of Steve Beaton, Richie Burnett, John Henderson,
60.
all in action as well. 2 sessions on Sunday, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Do not miss a dart.
Yeah, should be a fantastic
100.
end to what's looking like being a fantastic Women's Week. Not often do you have the addition of a Sunday to follow, but the lineup looks amazing.
45.
In the seniors. Anyone you're most looking forward to, Murph, on Sunday?
I think the Raymond van Barneveld story is of great interest. He put in a special request
41.
to play, and the PDC granted that. That's interesting, and it will be interesting to see if that sets a precedent for other players to follow. Although Matt Porter was recently on a podcast, and
60.
he explained
Natalie
that
required
they quite often
161.
give these dispensations, particularly for players, for example, in North America, who will play in streamed events that aren't PDC run events, but they understand the need for them to do that. So maybe it's just some players didn't know they could do that, I suppose. We'll see if that leads
82.
to anything else.
Sophie
But
require 136.
Barneveld immediately installed as favourite. I think, based on what we've seen in the seniors so far, that it won't be as cut and dry as that.
84.
No, I agree.
Natalie requires 79.
There's some real solid talent, and solid talent that we've actually had here at the Modus Super Series.
I'll pick up that point in a second, but looking to pick up the first leg is Natalie Gilbert on tops.
39. Sophie require 52.
Options for McKinley: could go for the same target if she goes for a 12, could go for double 16 if she goes for a 20. It's a format. 2 10s.
32. Natalie require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
It's a
Natalie
hold
Gilbert.
throw in the end for Natalie Gilbert.
Yeah, just to quickly return to that point about the
Second leg,
seniors,
it's
there was a
Sophie
similar
to throw
feeling, wasn't there, at
first.
the World
Game on.
Championship at the Circus Tavern when the likes of Steve Beaton and Mervyn King went into that tournament with a huge fanfare, found it tough going, and it was actually some of the
60.
players that hadn't maybe had the decorated careers that they had that were outperforming them. Ross Montgomery, of course, will be here on Sunday going on to win the title.
Yeah, Ross Montgomery has the winner of that
60.
opening match, and I can't wait to see Trina up on the stage. But I think a lot of people as well can't wait to see Steve Beaton, 2 legends of the sport.
60.
And again, it just shows, doesn't it? Because Steve Beaton's not even someone who lost his tour card. He retired his tour card, yet hasn't won a seniors event yet. Hasn't won a Modus Super Series week yet.
55.
The gulf is not that big between the players that hold tour cards and those that don't.
No, and I think it's a golf that's getting smaller and smaller because the opportunities you have
90.
away from playing at that professional tour, there are a lot of them, including here at the Modus Super Series.
And while we're on the subject, we mentioned watching on your TV or other devices, but you can watch
95.
here as well. If you go to dartshop.tv, there are still some tickets available to come along on Sunday, watch all of those legends across a couple of sessions. If you're going to make a weekend of it, come to the Women's Week finals on Saturday night. Be part of an audience with Phil Taylor on Saturday afternoon. Dartshop.tv, the place for tickets to all of those events. And if you can't make it this week, then you can come and join us
43.
any Saturday night in Portsmouth.
$48.
A little bit of an opening if Natalie Gilbert can just straighten up.
$80.
Yeah, and I think that smile after she hit that treble 5 was the knowledge that even if she hit that treble 20, she wouldn't be on a finish.
99. $100. Sophie, you require 84.
Gilbert just applying a little bit of pressure on the 84. Well, bullseye for McKinley for one apiece.
Game
and
shot on the second
picks
leg.
it out
Sophie
perfectly.
McKinley.
Well, I'm trying to
Third leg, it's Natalie to throw first.
recall any time
Game
she's
on.
gone for the bullseye and missed it today, because she had the 1-3-2 attempt where she hit the bullseye twice. She needed the bull at the end of that attempt. Takes it out. Seems to be a favourite target for Sophie McKinley.
140. $100. $82.
Good adjustment with the last start there for Natalie Gilbert. Trying to come back, but McKinley seems to have started to find that range.
100. $83.
Good
85.
adjustment with the second dart there from McKinley. She shook her head after the wayward one. She threw first, but Gilbert's still in charge of this third leg.
$83.
Yeah, Natalie Gilbert first to a finish. There's a real smooth action for Sophie McKinley when she releases those
100.
darts.
Natalie
Almost looks
require
like
113.
Yeah. Probably could be what contributes to the loose wayward ones. It's kind of a let go
22.
rather than a throw, isn't
Sophie
it?
require
So
116.
if you let go at the wrong point, then they can drift.
$60. Natalie require 91.
Options here, could go bull, could start on treble 17. That looks very well placed. 66 left, a single 16 here, and then use that marker. Made it sound easy. She
45.
couldn't quite execute with the
Sophie
same
require 56.
accuracy as McKinley on that target.
Well, McKinley's target now is tops, and
Game shot on the
another
third
cleanly
leg.
taken
Sophie
finish
McKinley.
for Sophie McKinley.
Fourth flag, it's Sophie to throw
Yeah, 2 out of
first.
4 on the doubles in
Game
this
on.
game. A good strike rate for the Scots.
$60. $50.
Following this, Paige Pauling is going to take on Angela Kirkwood. And then we're going to have the first match between two
81.
players that both won their first match, with Kirsty Hutchinson and Vicky Pruim.
$100.
Natalie Gilbert there just picking off a treble 20 with the last dart, trying to keep herself in this leg, in this match.
66.
And that is the thing with Group C especially. It's just a couple of days play compared to Group A, but you can find yourself in a bit of trouble early on if you don't pick up any points.
100. $100. $42.
Natalie Gilbert currently playing in that women's PDC series, at 14th in terms of the order of merit.
$57. Sophie require 134.
Well, this so is for the victory. And it's on. Needed the treble for it to remain on, but we'll just tidy it
94.
up and force
Natalie
Gilbert
require
into taking out something
152.
supersized herself, which she will not.
Again, solid start to the match for Natalie Gilbert, but just tailed off
23.
towards these final stages, and a
Sophie
match-winning chance
require
here
40.
for Sophie McKinley.
Double 10. Double 5.
30. Natalie require 129.
Yeah, shake of the head there from McKinley. Match chance is gone, and this is an opportunity for Natalie Gilbert. Double 12 for a 129.
105. Sophie required
I
10.
can only assume a miscount there. Yeah, she's looked, yeah, there's a reaction. It may not matter here. McKinley has to find the double, and she's
score.
hit tops. It's a
Natalie
good job
required
Gilbert didn't.
24.
And at this point, you've just got to forget it. You've just got to recompose yourself, and does
Game
find
shot on the fourth leg,
double
Natalie
12.
Gilbert. Fifth and final leg. It's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
And sometimes as a player, when you do combination shots all the time, for 88, it's treble 16 through to tops, and perhaps it was just that
100.
kind of muscle memory where you're used to going from that treble to the tops, and it was, she knew that that was the right route, but just got the wrong outcome. But it was the right outcome in the end for Natalie Gilbert.
100.
And the 129. 72 left after the first start. Interestingly, when she had that target earlier, we saw her go for a couple of double 18s.
Yeah, I was wondering it myself,
64.
but yeah, obviously went the different route. And in fairness, the adjustment, but when you hit the treble 19, the adjustment up to the 16, that might have felt just slightly more comfortable.
For Sophie McKinley, though, it's again a situation in a match where she could have, well, not just put it in her favour like a previous game against Hutchinson, but actually won the match.
123.
And it looks like it could be getting away from her here. And already after 2 matches, she may be in that practice
40.
room thinking what might have been.
Yeah, as for Natalie this week, she's played 5 or 6 matches that have gone the distance, hasn't been able to get over the line, and this is the best position she has been to when it's gone to a piece and it's been a sudden death leg. As I say, it's always got away from her, but it's this time it's Gilbert getting away from Sophie
45.
McKinley.
Natalie require 114.
.94 remaining. Now 90 remaining. May try and get around that dart into the treble 18.
42.
72 left. Treble 16 tops.
She'll go a completely different route this time. It'll be treble 20 or treble 12. How many different routes for 72? There are options with this.
Okay, so another 16 would leave tops. Couldn't quite find it, but will return with 3 darts clear at that target.
Sophie now in that position where she just has
24.
to hope she gets chances.
Natalie require 40.
That was a disastrous visit. Double 10. Double 10 is found for Natalie Gilbert. She does get over the line, 3 legs to 2 against Sophie McKinley. There was a bit of miscalculation in between, but it came out okay in the end for Gilbert. Averages for that. She's just having a chat. 70, just under 72 for Natalie Gilbert, but 3 out of 8 on the outer ring. That's what made the difference in the end. But coming up next, Paige Pauling will be taking on Angela Kirkwood.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKinley.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. Fixture 5 or 15 this afternoon, about to get underway with Paige Pauling and Angela Kirkwood ready to do battle on the Super Series stage. It is Group C of Women's Week 4. And Angela Kirkwood, on her debut at the Super Series, won her opening match 3-2 against Natalie Gilbert, who, before the break, secured the same margin of victory against Sophie McKinley. Paige Pauling hoping not to follow suit with the Scotswoman by losing her first 2 matches, but Angela Kirkwood looking to be the first player to 4 points, and if she does that, she'll be at the top of the table
First
with
leg, it's Paige
Hutchinson
to
and
throw
Pruim
first.
left to play in this second round of
Game on.
fixtures.
Yeah, Paige will probably think she was a bit unlucky going 3-2 down to Vicky Pruim. She missed that 170, had another shot,
79.
and then just kind of fumbled when it came to taking out that final double. Allowed Vicky Pruim the opportunity to get back in the match and took out that sublime 160 to win 3-2 in the end.
Yeah, and we said, look, we felt every game could be close in this group, and so far 3 3-2s from 4 matches.
60.
Rather highlighting that prediction.
$85. $100.
Paige Pauling, she kind of throws with this no-nonsense attitude, doesn't she? She steps to the hockey, 3 darts in rapid succession.
140. $52. $100.
Perfect first start.
100.
Failed to follow,
Angela, you
but puts
require
herself in the same
116.
vicinity as Kirkwood here.
Kirkwood in her opening match, she had that opportunity for the 1-3-2, didn't have to take it, so
110.
opted to set up. She's got some big finishes in the bag, I'm sure. And that's the slip that we've seen from Pauling. We saw it in the last match, and always at key stages.
10.
Yeah, more often than not seems to be on makeable checkouts or even on doubles. Could prove costly if Kirkwood can clinch this leg, which she does to break through
Angela Kirkwood.
in the opener.
Second leg, it's Angela to throw first.
She highlighted the importance of winning her first match. Angela Kirkwood, she did that, and I know you can kind of testify to that, can't you? When you get
85.
off the mark quickly on a Thursday, I mean, you can really build on that, and you're not playing catch up.
Yeah, the Women's Week that I
83.
participated in, Women's Week 2, where I did progress through to the finals. It was, for me, it was just so key, that first opening match. Managed to get over the line there and then never really looked back. But subsequently, in other Women's Weeks that I've been in, you lose those first couple and you're on the back foot from the off. And although you feel like you're playing the same, when it comes to those key
96.
moments, that pressure, it can be really telling because you know you're soon going to be cut adrift and there'll be no way back.
$83.
So strong start for Kirkwood. If she can convert this into victory, then she's going to be sitting pretty at the top of the table. Hutchinson or Pruim will join her. Whoever
58.
wins that game will also be on 4 points. But Paige Pauling hoping not to find herself at the foot with no points after 2.
45.
Yeah, a little opening here for Paige if she can find a couple of trebles.
54.
We mentioned in the last match, obviously, the brilliant stuff that Paige Pauling has done in the youth, including 2 World
80.
Master Girls titles, the World Championship in 2024 for the girls. But that development now onto the seniors, seen her pick up 6, 7 ranking titles already.
44. Angela, you require 148.
Out of all the players as well here, you look at the throw, the actual
116.
technique of Paige Pauling, and it just looks so strong. You can see it really aiding her, serving her well in a long and successful career.
$96. Angela, you require 32.
To double a lead, double 16.
No score. Paige, you require 70.
You can find the double 16 target, so 70 for Paige to level it back up.
Double top. Takes a moment to readjust
Paige
and
on
then
the second
pins it
leg, Paige
perfectly
Pauling.
to get that break back.
Third leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on. $58. $100. $17.
Not just a trebleless visit, but a visit under 20 points for Paige Pauling really does give Angela Kirkwood once again the initiative to find a break, a throw.
100.
That will also go a long way towards helping.
$83. $95.
Yeah, that slip there means Angela Kirkwood on a bit of a bogey number, but Paige Pauling still struggling to get back in the leg.
$60.
Well, still a chance to do so, but would probably need to find a 2 treble turn.
$97.
Enough
Angela, you
to
require 106.
leave a finish, but a much larger one than the one that Kirkwood's going for here. Treble 18. Not found, so Pauling, well, we saw a threaten
58.
a 170 earlier
Paige, you
on.
require 146.
Can she take out a big one here? Not quite.
Kirkwood
58.
set up on a
Angela,
much
you
more
require
makeable
48.
48.
Well, that could be of use. It felt like it could be, but
32.
second dart was
Paige, you
a
require 88.
misfire. And Pauling gets the opportunity. And again, the drifter, when she's on a realistic
28.
checkout.
Angela, you require 16.
Working her way up towards the double 8 target. Goes inside. And again, another
Paige
chance here for Paige
60.
Pauling.
20 for tops then. And again, on a finish, a wayward dart. It's really apparent where the problem lies in the Pauling game, but how to address it is another matter altogether. She can rescue it in this visit, though, and
Game
does,
shot on the third leg.
to
Paige
lead
Pauling.
2-1.
And I think
Fourth
she
leg,
just
it's Angela
gave
to throw
herself that
first.
extra bit of time
Game
in between throws just to recompose. And I think that's all important because we've spoken about it previously. When you are one of those faster players, you can just
80.
rush to the oche, get the release slightly wrong. It's very different. You play it, you throw at treble 20s all the time. It comes very naturally. It's just what you do. It's when you're chasing around for those single numbers, those
60.
combination finishes, when the target is slightly different. You just need to give yourself just that extra split second.
You can see there actually is a good example because one of Angela's darts landed on the floor, so Pauling was waiting at the oche for quite a long period of time. Now, a lot of players would step back and start the whole process again, wouldn't they, if there were any delay to their
41.
throw. Some just can't wait to get up there and chuck them. I think practice is important as well when it comes to that. I think it was Bobby George who I once heard saying that he used to throw his 3 darts, collect them, then go and stand at the back for 10 to 15 seconds before he'd approach jockey again, so he wasn't
60.
doing something that was different to a match situation.
It's something we probably players wouldn't have thought about, but highlighted, especially in COVID, where a lot of us were kind
85.
of just playing against machines or computers where the score was coming up automatically, that you were just basically going up and down the oche. You weren't waiting.
95.
And even if you were playing another person, you had to teach yourself not to just go straight back up to the oche, because that was what we were doing. And then when you went to play back in person, it was like, oh, a bit of a long wait in between this, isn't there?
Yeah, it's natural, isn't it, just to want it if you're practicing by yourself in particular, which everyone would have been
57.
then.
Angela, you require 76.
And then the game can feel alien. Kirkwood with a healthy advantage in leg 4, looking at tops to clinch it.
56.
Yeah, I was very lucky during lockdown that I had a household full of people that enjoyed playing darts. So actually it was more to try and wrestle at a
85.
time on the dartboard as
Angela, you
opposed to the
require 20.
opposite.
11 darts missed at double in this game for Angela Kirkwood. Paige Pauling hasn't missed any. And that
No
11
score.
quickly becomes 14. And
Paige,
if
you
Pauling
require
finds a treble,
103.
she will get the chance for a third dart at double, and therefore a chance to win the match.
84.
55. Angela, you
Well,
require
you feel
20.
this really does have to go now for Angela Kirkwood.
Can't go closer without
No
going in.
score.
But
Paige,
unfortunately,
you require 48.
for Angela Kirkwood, it is now 17 darts missed at double. Pauling
Game shot and
is
the match.
perfect
Paige Pauling.
on the outer ring. 3 from 3 for a 3-1 win. A game that saw Angela Kirkwood absolutely dominate the scoring, getting down to doubles first in every leg, but Paige Pauling taking every opportunity that came her way in the end. 100% success rate. That's 95% better than Angela Kirkwood in that match. And 2 points for Pauling. Hutchinson takes on Pruim next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
ahead.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV, where this fixture will determine who will be top of the Group C table on this 4th Women's Week after 2 rounds of fixtures have been played. That's because Kirsty Hutchinson and Vicky Pruim both won their opening encounters, and nobody has won 2 from 2 yet. 5 players out of the 6 have points, but only one of them will have maximum 4 points at the end of this encounter. The question for Laura Turner alongside me is which one?
Yeah, difficult question to answer. Both put in good performances. Vicky Pruim, as you say, narrow victory, but that brilliant 160 checkout to get herself over the line. It was a 3-1 victory for
First leg,
Kirsty
it's
Hutchinson
Kirsty
over
to
Sophie
throw
McKinley.
first.
In terms of stats,
Game on.
it is Kirsty Hutchinson with the highest average of the day so far, just slightly under an 80 average, but very accurate on the outering as well, 3 from 8.
Yeah, I felt that she was more convincing in her victory than Pruim was in
85.
hers. But if you go on history, then Pruim has been the most convincing player in terms of getting through to Saturday night finals
30.
at the Super Series. Experience that Hutchinson has not enjoyed yet.
And
81.
as mentioned previously, Group A campaign for Kirsty Hutchinson was very much swings and roundabouts. It was up and down the whole time, and
43.
some of the top performances in terms of averages, but also some of the lowest because she's just struggled with that consistency. But was much better yesterday, and it looks like she's brought that into today.
85. $41.
Strong start here from Hutchinson.
$60. $60.
Last time she was here, she had kind of good days and bad days. But you can't afford a bad day in a Group C campaign.
32.
And I think also for a player like Kirsty Hutchinson, she said it herself in an interview with Henry that she's someone that finds it really easy to see the negatives and looks past the actual positive parts, which means she's constantly battling herself.
And right on cue, a little
80.
mutter to herself, and I don't think it was complimentary. The last dart helps her
requires 78
to get down to a finish. A 2-dart finish. She'll now need to use 3, but she'll have more if she needs them with Pruim not in finishing range at all. Tops.
58.
Great camera angle there to show that Kirsty's darts actually do lay quite flat in the board, and that's a kind of advantage, isn't it? Because she's not really going to block much.
60. Kirsty required 20.
Yeah, quite often we see people left on 60.
Game shot on the
It was
first
20
leg.
for
Kirsty
Hutchinson. She finds the double. Yeah, Daryl Gurney, he's kind of
Second
perfected
leg,
what
it's Vicky to
is
throw
being dubbed
first.
the flatty, isn't
Game
he?
on.
So that he throws a dart, lands flat in the board, just so that if he has to go 20 for tops, he's just got as much
60.
of an angle to see the target.
$100.
These two have played each other on several occasions, all around the circuit, to be fair, from the Swedish Open to the British Classic
100.
and the PDC Women's Series.
$83. $100.
Last time Pruim was here, she won all of her Thursday matches that put her in a very strong position to go and qualify, which she would do.
60.
Yeah, 2 of those wins also came against Kirsty Hutchinson.
42.
And I think that just means for me, Kirsty is more than aware of the danger that Vicky Pruim does present here.
Yeah, and just to kind of repeat the point
60.
I was making earlier, backing it with some evidence, Kirsty Hutchinson, along with Paige Pauling,
99.
and Angela Kirkwood, and Natalie Gilbert, all above Vicky Pruim in the Women's Series Order of Merit. You mentioned Sophie McKinley doesn't play in it.
41. Vicky require 100.
Yeah, Vicky Pruim, the odds-on favourite to win the group containing those players.
60. Kirsty require 157.
Certainly a
Vicky
favourite to
require
level
40.
this match now.
Game shot on the second leg. Vicky
Sneaks
Pruim.
it into the corner of double 5 for parity.
Third leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
One of the conversations that Henry and I were having was just the
60.
importance of throwing first in a leg when it is a race to 3. We did have a day on Tuesday, though, where that theory was completely
43.
blown out of the water, where 7 out of the first 9 games all went to the person without the throw. If you get broken early, then it can completely turn around a match.
100.
But I think today what we're seeing is if you can throw first, then that is a distinct advantage.
97.
It also kind of backs up the idea that we've been saying that this is a field that's really hard to split.
Yeah, I think I would be surprised if we saw anybody win all of the matches
6.
today in the same fashion that Vicky did at the previous Women's Week, which actually at the start of this series, wasn't it? Wasn't as long ago
41.
as it often can be. It's a little bit tricky to fit them in at the right times. I think when the calendar was planned, the special weeks obviously fall at certain parts
6.
before and midway through a series, and a lot of those weeks actually coincided with PDC Women's Series events. So it was pretty pointless
59.
going up against those.
Yeah, the last edition was back in early May, the end of April, but I understand it. We talk about the calendar so often, and we talk about
43.
managing and players managing their calendars, but there is a lot of darts available. If you are one of those players that just likes to play every day of the week, then now that is possible.
21.
Yeah, and have to not go to some events because they're on at the same times as others. And then there are those players, of course, who have just their other normal life commitments that can't get enough days off at work to come and play here for a full week and fulfill maybe their international darts commitments, for example.
60. Kirsty require 118.
Yeah, just tries to squeeze one under. Treble 20 would have left double 19. As it
80.
stands, that does leave double 19 when she returns.
60. Kirsty require 38.
Double 19 straight for it. Well, that's a happy accident, really. Take 6 off that. It leaves you with 32. Double 16, a much more favourable target.
6. Vicky
Yeah, from
require
38,
120.
most players would perhaps look at switching anyway, an unorthodox way to switch, but it could be academic in the end because Pruim needs tops.
90.
She also finds a double
Kirsty
next door.
require 32.
So back for double 16 for Hutchinson.
Game shot on the third leg. Kirsty Hutchinson.
Kirsty Hutchinson, when staring down that double 8, just took that little extra bit of time.
Fourth leg. It's Vicky
through
to
it
throw
with such
first.
intensity.
Game on. $140.
Yeah, back comes Vicky, but even at these early stages, opportunity for one of these players to double their points tally and top the table with 4 points.
$140. $100.
It looks like it's going to go the distance, but Hutchinson is just tapping Pruim on the shoulder here. And that dart makes things a bit difficult. Having to manoeuvre all across the oche.
60.
Pruim persevering, could have opted for a switch.
$26. Vicky require
as it stands,
161.
Vicky Pruim now afforded 6 darts for the 161.
97.
Won her first match with a 160. 161 was under threat there. She leaves 64. There's still an opportunity for Hutchinson here to pile on the pressure. She's done that for the most part.
140. Vicky requires 64.
Just wondered if the bullseye with the last dart might have been a more sensible shot, but really pulling at
Game
thin
shot on the
threads
fourth
there.
leg. Vicky Pruim.
And in the end, it would not have mattered at all because Pruim converts and
Fifth
we
and
have a
final
decider
leg.
once again.
It's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
Pruim's second match of this afternoon session and the second to go the distance.
41.
And already offered a helping hand by Hutchinson, who fails to hit anything substantial in her opener.
26.
But how often do we see it? One player falters, the other follows.
You just know it's such an opportunity. It's 2 apiece. You could really put some distance between yourselves and your opponent.
81.
Fluff your lines.
$60.
A reminder, the winner of this will be the only unbeaten player in this group after just 2 fixtures.
41.
Sophie McKinley yet to win. Everybody else will have won 1 match.
$135.
Pruim almost finding perfection. Just a big deflection with the last. And it's the treble 5 target. Kirsty Hutchinson finds herself in as well.
55. $100.
We had the big visit from
121.
Pruim in this leg. We've now had the big one from Hutchinson, but unfortunately it hasn't left her a finish. She'll start going wayward, and now it's huge advantage to Pruim. Hutchinson turns away in despair.
Yeah, it's the one thing you want, isn't it? It's just the opportunity, even if it's a long distance finish, to find a way of seeing off the leg.
$45. Vicky
And it could be
requires
seen
40.
off by the Super Swede instead here. Tops the
Headshot
target,
and the match.
nailed
Vicky Pruim.
by Vicky Pruim. Kirsty Hutchinson really beating herself up after losing that match. But Pruim came good at the end, just like she did in her first game. A second 3-2 success for the Swede. And she leaves the stage, the happy one of the pair, and undefeated after the first couple of matches. 4 points for her. 4 players on 2. Sophie McKinley yet to win. More action coming next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 6 games into the Group C action. Angela Kirkwood won on debut her first match 3-2 against Natalie Gilbert. Kirsty Hutchinson then beating Sophie McKinley before Vicky Pruim with a 3-2 victory over Paige Pauling. Pruim would go on to win 3-2 against Kirsty Hutchinson and is the only player to have picked up a couple of victories so far, therefore the only undefeated player. Pruim at the top of the table. She's made it through Group C before. She was unbeaten on the first day on that occasion. Is she going to do the same again today? 4 players on 2 points, and Sophie McKinley yet to get off the mark at the foot of the field. Next game will feature that 17-year-old talent, Paige Pauling, who has had a fantastic youth career, now making that transition really from being one of the best girl dart players to being one of the leading ladies in the sport. And Henry Deacon caught up with her to find a little bit more about her life and career earlier this week.
Paige, great to see you here at the Super Series. Let's get to know you a little bit better. Where did darts begin for you?
Well, my brother played when he was about like 7. He found we had a dartboard in our shed, so he started playing and then he got very good at it. So then he went around to tournaments, and as I grew up really, I kind of just watched him playing and went around to the tournaments with him. Every time I was going around, I was picking up my darts and practicing the board and stuff, and then yeah, I was pretty good at it. I started when I was about 11, 12.
What do you say is your biggest achievement so far?
Probably being world #1 and world champion in the girls. I think that's a very big achievement of mine. So yeah, I'm very, very happy with that.
What's your goals for this season?
Win the Girls' World Championship again and get in the Women's World Championship and hopefully do well in that. It's kind of what I want. It's my aim, so yeah.
Modus Super Series, what's the experience has been like here? Because you've been here 3 times now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think I've played to the standard that I can play to, but I know that it's coming, and you know, it's and it is hard because I use tournaments really as my practice, because I can't really practice because when I'm not at darts, I'm doing work, coursework and stuff like that, and it's really hard for me to find time to pick up my darts because there's a lot. I think it's good, considering that I'm still taking legs off of these women and still getting some games off of them. Considering I haven't really practiced that much, I think it's good. But I think when I do start to practice, then yeah, I'll be a lot better.
Yeah, certainly a star in the making, Paige Pauling. Before we get into this battle with Natalie Gilbert, Laura Turner's alongside me. We were just sort of listening to answers there and quite humorously responded to when she asked what her greatest achievement. Well, just world champion and world #1. But interesting to hear that she doesn't really find time to practice and is almost seeing match practice as practice, which is something that's certainly happened in the main tour. Won't call it the men's tour. Women are allowed to play on it. In the PDC, they've got so many tournaments
Natalie to throw first.
that really
Game on.
match play is their practice, and we're starting to see that happen in the ladies' game as well.
Yeah, really interesting hearing her speak, because quite often we talk about the fact that there isn't a lot of time for players in the calendar who have to balance work and life with darts, and obviously with Paige it's all about the studies away from the hockey, and they do take up a lot of her time.
26.
And, yeah, it's a scary thought to think that Paige Pauling still is the #1 for the girls by some distance as well in the WDF ranking. She finds herself on the main women's table. She's 18th in that,
54.
really putting herself in a good position for a place at that World Championships, which is an ambition of hers as well. Yeah, the fact that she's saying, well, when I get the opportunity to practice, she knows she's going to be better. Yeah, I think the rest of the world might have to watch out when that happens.
Yeah, just seems to be a rather level-headed youngster. Good approach. Look, not everybody rises the same pace as a Beau Greaves or a Luke Littler. Look at Luke Humphries, for example, was dominant on the development tour and then took his time to progress step by step right to the top of world darts.
You know, just going over the results that she's had at PDC Women's Series. She joined the PDC Women's Series in 2024. So she's only been on there for just around 18 months already. She has made the semi-finals on at least 3 occasions. And the names that she's taken out in the process as well. The likes of Anastasia Dobromislova. And as she said, that's all without very much practice, using those tournaments she plays in to get the
58.
To get the time on the hockey.
84.
Well, it's Natalie Gilbert who's made the early running in this encounter. Just looking to
64.
Tidy up, which she does.
$44. Natalie required 20.
A double 10. Found
on the first leg.
by
Natalie
Gilbert to hold throw.
Second leg, it's Paige to throw first. 100.
I think with Natalie Gilbert, she'd probably describe her first 3 days, well, she actually said her whole season's been a roller coaster. She'd probably say the same about the first 3 days. She started off really strong and then just tailed off towards the end. But first maximum of the match, and that goes to Paige Pauling. Paige's first max of the day.
$45.
Yeah, just getting into the flow of things here quite nicely. Let's not forget as well, in her previous match, she hit all 3 of the doubles that she went for.
81. Paige require 121. $97.
Yeah, some response by Paige Pauling. Down to a double after just 12. Potential 13 dart leg incoming. Would be the best leg we've seen today.
77. Paige required 24.
Yeah, super leg of darts from Pauling. Can afford the misses this time. Double 6.
12.
Yeah, and although she'd be disappointed with the miss, she did well not to come inside on that double 6, because double 3, although we have seen Vicky Pruim hit it already once today, it's not a favourite
41.
of dart players.
Paige required 12.
Edging a little closer. Still has plenty of time.
No score.
But Natalie Gilbert now just chipping away at the lead that Paige Pauling had.
12.
Yeah, and that is awkward.
Well, you can see from that angle she's got to aim high.
No score.
You had to go for the top portion
Natalie
of that double.
116.
Otherwise, there was no way past the barricade.
Ironic smile from Natalie Gilbert, because she knows that would have been a good opportunity, and it really would have hurt Paige Pauling.
Game shot on the second leg.
Double
Paige
6 is found.
Third leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on. $100. $24.
All square. It was a brilliant leg that just turned into a leg that she was relieved to win in the end. Was down on a double after a dozen darts. Ended up going out in 22.
100.
And it's something you quite often see with players when they have a dominant leg, just aren't able to see it off. Whereas if you go back to the match that Paige Pauling was in before, she beat Angela Kirkwood 3 legs to 1, but Angela Kirkwood was the dominant player in terms of scoring. But Paige is finishing 3 from 3, including a 70 outshot. That's where she got everything right. If those two elements come together, and we know that they can because she's picked up titles,
25.
then that's going to be a danger to the rest of the field.
$59. $137.
That visit just puts her back in the equation in this leg.
$85.
That dart just puts her at arm's length once again.
Yeah, both these players
59.
were
Natalie
in
required
Group A, so have already
115.
played each other 3 times this week. In terms of head-to-heads, Natalie Gilbert won 2 of the 3 encounters.
$25. Paige require 156. $40.
Well, there's a
Natalie
few options
require
here.
90.
Standard thing to do would be to go for the 20s. Another single would leave the bull. Treble would leave double 5.
$85. Paige require 116.
That is the danger, but it does play the percentages. But Pauling here, treble 20 found, so double 18.
84. Natalie, you require 5.
Again, you feel maybe just a little bit rushed.
Gilbert has to be extremely careful here. I think she's going 3 for double 1. So can't go inside, doesn't, leaves a good guide.
No score.
Cannot utilise it.
Paige require 32. Game shot on the third leg. Paige Pauling.
Pauling picks up the pieces and now has a chance to
Fourth
double
leg,
her
it's
points
Paige to throw
tally
first.
for the day.
Game on.
Yeah, key missed
58.
opportunities in that last leg for Natalie Gilbert. Threatened the 90 outshot, but by coming inside just made everything a bit awkward. And Paige Pauling, as she said, Murph was just there to capitalise on the mistakes.
$100. $100.
And that's normally that first dart that
81.
Paige Pauling finds where she can follow.
$24.
Edging closer to victory here and putting herself in a promising position in Group C.
94.
And following this, it'll be top against bottom as Vicky Pruim takes on Sophie McKinley. Is Pauling going to start her emergence as the best of the rest?
61. $41.
Over adjusts with the last, not happy with the release. Gilbert can find a couple of trebles here.
85. Paige
Just
require
a bit of overreach for
127.
Gilbert.
$85.
That last start may prove to be very important. As Gilbert tries to apply the pressure.
139.
Pressure most definitely applied.
Paige
Great
require
setup play, but
42.
could be all academic. 42 required for Paige Pauling. Should be a good guide, and is a good guide for Paige Pauling. She gets across the line, 3 legs to 1 over Natalie Gilbert. That does put her on 4 points, and will join Vicky Pruim with that points tally. And this is the tail of the tape, and it was that checkout success in the end, including that 42 finish for Paige Pauling, which sees her across the line. Well, next we've got Sophie McKinley, and she will be taking on the unbeaten so far today, Vicky Pruim.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKinley.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've just seen Paige Pauling get the better of Natalie Gilbert, 3 legs to 1. But all attention now focusing on Vicky Pruim, who's taken on Sophie McKinley. 2 very different starts to their campaigns today. Vicky Pruim, 2 from 2 so far in terms of matches. Been pushed all the way in both of them, both going the distance, and Vicky managing to find a way across the line. As for Sophie McKinley, she lost 3-1 in her opener to Kirsty Hutchinson before narrowly losing 3-2 to Natalie Gilbert. And you feel it's important here, don't you, Murph, that for Sophie McKinley just to get a win under her belt, maybe that will just settle her in.
140.
Absolutely, and a win in this particular match would keep this group wide open, wouldn't it? It'd mean 2 points between
60.
all 6 players in the table. And that would not change in the next match because Hutchinson and Kirkwood, who play, have both got 1 win apiece. So, really, this game will determine the direction for a couple of players. It will tell us whether or not Sophie McKinley is going to be really playing catch-up and whether or not Vicky Pruim is going to start to gallop
100.
into the distance.
Yeah, what has been really impressive from Vicky Pruim, obviously, she's been pushed both times, but she's managed to find a really decisive winning leg. She had that magical 160 in the first to beat Paige Pauling. But I think the results, what they're already starting to dictate is the fact that, as we were talking about the odds coming into the tournament, not much to split anybody else. I think we're seeing that in terms of how the results are going. They're all being really close.
Yeah, well, 7 games in, we haven't had a 3-0 yet.
60. $29.
And that slip there from McKinley affords Vicky Pruim at least 6 here for 181.
60. Vicky require 121. 57. Sophie, you require 117.
117. The target here for McKinley. Treble 19 leaves the shot on. But Pruim will return instead for 64.
45. Vicky requires 64. 32. Sophie requires 72.
And she stays there for tops for a 72 checkout.
32.
Not going to go, but Vicky Pruim, you felt
32.
in a really good position in this leg. Has allowed Sophie McKinley back into it. If she can't find this 32, is in danger of losing the leg entirely.
14. Sophie, you require 40.
Top cent to take the first leg eventually. Both players missing opportunities to do so.
Game shot on the first leg. Sophie McKinley. Second leg, it's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Despite such a short price with the bookmakers, despite the fact she's
100.
the only unbeaten player in the group so far, another little crumb of evidence that Vicky Pruim doesn't seem to be invincible in this group.
60.
No, and there have been occasions in her earlier couple of matches where she's let legs slide. When her back's been against the wall and she's found a sudden deaf leg, then she has rallied and found a way through. But as you say, it's not been dominant in terms of performance. It's just the results. She's managed to edge her way.
45. 100.
Sophie McKinley, currently ranked 8th in the WDF women's rankings.
140.
Already
19.
ticked up 3 senior titles this year, the England Open, and then did the double over in Switzerland.
100. 60. Sophie, you require 156.
Oh, another one in there. Plenty of room, but just over the top.
140. Vicky, you require 122.
Nicely done. Another. Oh, that will do for a shot of the bull.
89.
But now,
Sophie
Pruim's
requires
pole position
16.
could become perilous.
Game shot on the
And
second
does.
leg. Sophie McKinley.
As McKinley doubles her advantage against the league leader.
Third leg, it's Sophie to throw first. Game on.
And already starting to wonder how costly those mistakes in the first leg will prove to be for Vicky Pruim.
$85. $100.
Two players at very different places in terms of their career. Sophie McKinley, just 18 years old. Whereas Vicky Pruim, and I hope she doesn't mind me saying this, has picked up victories that are actually before Sophie McKinley would have been born.
She's got trophies older than Sophie.
140.
For me, it just goes. It's the longevity of the game, of the sport. If you enjoy it and you can remain competitive, you just look at an example in someone like Paul makes the world final in the last edition of the Lakeside.
They're leading the PDC Asia Tour as well, isn't it?
36.
Yeah, we saw him at the recent edition of the World Cup, and his hunger and his passion, it's still there. He's still got those goals. He knows where he wants to be.
Where McKinley wants to be in about
85.
a minute's time is walking off the stage, having won her first match of the week.
Another one in there.
100.
And there's a lot of pressure on the
Vicky
140.
140.
Can Pruim prolong the encounter?
60.
Or can
Sophie
McKinley
require 96.
get the win? That would really open up this group.
42. Vicky require 80.
A slip from McKinley affords Vicky Pruim 2 darts now at double 10.
60.
And more misses.
Sophie require 54.
What an opportunity presented then to the 18-year-old here. It's 2 at tops for a whitewash win over the league leader. Oh,
14.
and it was a wire bender as well.
Vicky required
Haven't
20.
seen any player win 3-0. We may still see it in this match. 5-5.
No score. Sophie require 40.
8 missed at the outer ring for Vicky Pruim, and more chances, more match-winning chances for Sophie McKinley. And this time, Sophie McKinley does get across the line. It is the first 3-0 of Group C we've seen so far this afternoon. And it was a solid performance from the Scottish woman. But a few early mistakes from Pruim, and then McKinley took full advantage. Just under 70 averages for both, and a great checkout percentage for Sophie McKinley. Well, coming up next, we'll have Angela Kirkwood taking on Kirsty Hutchinson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Well, things getting very, very interesting in Group C. Just 2 points separating all 6 players, and that won't change after this one. There'll be a separation of 3 on 4 and 3 on 2 when Kirsty Hutchinson and Angela Kirkwood have finished playing. And Paige Pauling, who lost her opening match, finds herself top of the table, level on 4 points with Vicky Pruim, beaten for the first time by Sophie McKinley before the break. Hutchinson currently sits in 3rd place, tied on 2 points with her opponent here, and McKinley and Natalie Gilbert. So, the victory in this one sees the winner in a 3-way tie at the top. How quickly things can change.
Yeah, we did say we thought this was going to be a tight
First
group. It was
leg,
very
it's
hard to
Angela
call
to throw
from
first.
the outset.
Game on.
Vicky Pruim will probably be sat in that practice room, just ruining a few missed opportunities. But all credit to Sophie McKinley, was there to sweep up when she did get afforded a chance.
100. $45.
Right, every player seems to have had their highs and lows already.
41.
Past the halfway stage on the opening day of action in this group. Don't forget, of course, Group B from 10 p.m. UK time this evening. Gemma Hayter, Robin Byrne, Steph Clark, Trina Gulliver, and a certain Laura
121.
Turner in action.
Yeah, very much looking forward to getting that underway this evening.
100.
I would say you could have given me a nicer opening match, but to be fair, they're all going to be a tough tonight.
$30.
Yeah, you often find with the way it is, not just on special weeks like this, but on a standard Super Series week, that often, even though the percentage chance of getting through Group B
45.
is greater, some players would fancy the job more in Group C.
$85.
It's kind of why it's set up that way, isn't it? Because yes, you've got more chances to get through with 3 players going through from 5, but 2 of those players are going to be the ones that have finished 2nd and 3rd in Group A.
Yeah, and I quite often question whether there is a slight advantage for the players that have already played in Group A.
100.
They're used to the stage,
Angela,
they're
you require
settled.
130.
But it's Angela Kirkwood here with the first chance, and that's a great first start.
105. Kirsty,
Narrowly
you
misses
require
the ball.
120.
Similar range for Kirsty Hutchinson.
By the way, what you just heard was a masterclass in mind games from Laura Turner.
60.
Piling the pressure
Angela,
on
you
Gemma
require
Hayter and
25.
Trina Gulliver, having already played in Group A this week. Well, that wasn't meant. 6 leaves 19, 3 leaves 16.
17.
And 8 leaves 8, but
Kirsty,
Hutchinson
you
in between
require 60.
could steal the leg.
High in the 20
Game
and
shot on
manages
the
to lift
first
it
leg,
over the
Kirsty
top. And
Hutchinson.
that kind of goes back to what you were saying previously, that her darts land quite flat, so she still has good
Second
enough
leg,
view
it's Kirsty
of
to
that
throw
top target.
first. Game on.
Yeah, the standard camera angle on a dartboard is from quite a distance below the board, isn't it? So from that angle, it looks like her darts are slightly pointing towards the ceiling, but they are not. That is an optical illusion. Basically land flat in the board. If you see a dart appear to land
41.
flat in the board, it's probably pointing down towards the floor.
$100. $41. $81. $60.
Angela Kirkwood here now, just trying to find a way back into the fixture. Just kind of drifts slightly in this second leg.
22.
She's definitely been a player that people have been talking about a lot more around the circuit, doing good things on the WADC. Obviously picked up a title last year at the PDC Women's Series as well. Yeah, Kirkwood currently finding herself around 13th on the order of merit for the Women's Series.
Yeah, we've certainly seen flashes of what she can do today.
$60.
However, for me, I know she's lost a game, but for me, Kirsty Hutchinson might have just been the most consistent player. She's edged out by Vicky Pruim in that defeat. She won
Kirsty,
convincingly against Sophie McKinley, and she's on course to get a 2-leg lead here.
Treble 20 for double 19.
80. Angela, you require 133.
Well, 73 remaining. Treble 19 was the aim. Kirsty has the choice of going straight for that double 19 again or splitting this time. Straight forward, straight in it, and doubles her lead in the process. Could actually
Third
find herself
leg,
at the
it's
top
Angela
of the
to
table.
throw first. Game on.
If she wins this leg, she will take her tally of points to 4 and her leg difference to +4, which is one more
100.
than Paige Pauling.
And of course, Paige Pauling in action next against Sophie McKinley. A fixture that those two would have played in on many an occasion.
60.
Both good friends, but fierce rivals on the girls' circuit.
$100. $85.
Good find with the last. Just keeps Hutchinson interested in the leg.
100.
But this is consistent stuff from Angela Kirkwood. 3 consecutive tons. As Paul Nicholson would say, get out the red pen.
85.
Yeah, and in this format, 2-0 deficits are quite often
105.
eradicated. To win this match, it is only hold, break, hold for Angela Kirkwood.
41. Angela, you require 96.
Treble 19 was the target.
28.
Is there a way back here for Hutchinson in this leg? Needs to find a treble now.
Doubling was a bit of an issue for Kirkwood in her
85.
last match. Just
Angela, you require
around
68.
5% on the outer ring.
Getting 2 darts in this visit.
Game shot
And
on the third
locates the
leg.
target
Angela
on this
Kirkwood.
occasion. But this will be the leg where Hutchinson wants to get it won.
Fourth leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned Hutchinson found a solid performance in her opener against
120.
Sophie McKinley, just under an 80 average. But that second one against Vicky Pruim, she was looking in control at one point, and then when it went to a piece, the throw just didn't stand up under the pressure that Vicky Pruim put on. I think for Kirsty Hutchinson, she's going to want to get over the line in this one. Doesn't want to make it more difficult for herself than she has to.
100. $60. $125.
Yeah, solid performance so far from
60.
Hutchinson.
Kirsty, you require
Down to a 156 in
156.
9 scores of 120, 100, 125. How she'd love to find this.
And might to win the game in style.
120.
Great attempt. It would have been a dozen dart leg as well to close out the encounter. She will return for the same target. And she'll have a bit of time on her
85.
side.
Kirsty, you require 36. Game shot and the match.
Well, she does
Kirsty
find the
Hutchinson.
target. It is a 3-1 victory for Kirsty Hutchinson over Angela Kirkwood. A few issues on the outer ring for Angela. Just afforded a few more chances for Kirsty, but she was the dominant scorer throughout. And a great last leg to round off the match. 3-1 for Kirsty sees her jump to the top of the table. Well, coming up next, Paige Pauling against Sophie McKinley.
Warning heeded. What a great first game tonight. It could be deadly. Ball. Bingo! No hesitation. He doesn't need any more because Ronan McDonough is the first person into the semi-finals. If this goes in, he qualifies for the semis. Can you, Adam and Evans? Oh my word, what a shot that is from Thomas. To the 5th weekly title, double 10. Neil Duff has been eliminated. It's not going to be Kierantian.
Trying to find that top corner. That would hurt. For an early break of throw.
The first Czech player to make a final in Portsmouth is Adam Gavlas. But he's 1-0 down, and Manby gets another Tumplus check out. It is going to be the final for Champagne Charlie Manby. He's never got a problem starting well.
The bullseye is hit.
That shot wins week 6.
Adam Gavlas.
Adam Gavlas, the latest weekly winner in Super Series 11. Jeff Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Shane McGurk and Andy Hamilton joining him to make what is already a stellar Champions Week lineup. And next week we will find out the 7th name on that list. But mid-series we break away from the main campaign and have a special week. And this week it's Women's Week and we are in the midst of Group C right now, and well, things have got rather interesting. That 3-0 win for Sophie McKinley, bottom of the table at the time, defeating top of the table at the time Vicky Pruim, means that there are just a couple of points between all of the players in this group. Kirsty Hutchinson with that 3-1 win before the break against Angela Kirkwood has actually gone to the top of it with 4 points. Same record actually as Paige Pauling. They're tied on everything. Pruim still tied at the top as well. McKinley, Gilbert and Kirkwood on 2. Not much between any of the players then here, and Paige Pauling and Sophie McKinley are going to go head-to-head in Game 10. And Laura, as you said, 2 players that are very familiar with each other, of course, played in that World Championship Girls final at the Lakeside at the end of 2024. Both players, of course, will be hoping to be on that stage again, and Sophie played in both finals. Unfortunately for her, came out the wrong side of both of them, but did have that big win against Lisa Ashton, didn't she?
First leg, it's Paige.
Yeah, she had a really solid week, didn't she, at the Lakeside? As for Sophie McKinley, ambitions, I'm sure, of returning and going one step further. For Paige Pauling, she's mentioned it already herself. She too has ambitions of making the Women's Worlds at Lakeside. You know, in terms of recorded matches and how often they've played, and I'm sure it will be a lot more than this away from what we have recorded, but met on 17 occasions. Paige Pauling has got the higher win percentage, winning 14 of the encounters. Nine of those
66.
all being finals, and I think that just goes to show the dominance of the 2 players on the girls' circuit.
96. $60.
And although Paige Pauling at the moment, she finds herself
60.
second on the table with exactly the same statistics as Kirsty Hutchinson. Sophie McKinley now on 4th after that 3-0 victory over Vicky Pruim. A win here for
45.
McKinley, and again that puts a 4th player in Group C on 4 points.
43.
It'll be very interesting to see where the land lies at the end of this session and previewing what's going to go on tomorrow.
59.
We've had some really close groups between all of the players. I think just last week in Group B, a player could have won their last match and gone through and ended at bottom of the table. We've had a group in Group B where a player in their last match could have only finished top or bottom. And that was the night that we were the closest we've ever been to every player finishing on the same number of points. Hasn't happened yet. Could happen the way this group is going.
46. Sophie, you require 167.
Treble 19 would have left the ball, so Paige Pauling back for 80.
139. Paige, you require 80.
Needs to stay straight. That's the most important thing. She's got the bonus of the treble, which means 2 darts at double.
Game shot on the
And
first
Pauling
leg. Paige
makes
Pauling.
it count.
We often talk
Second
about
leg, it's Sophie
the
to throw
dart
first.
circuit and
Game on.
the fact that there are a lot of players that know each other very well. One example in this group that we've mentioned before will be the likes of Kirsty Hutchinson and Natalie Gilbert, who are actually coming up next. They're sharing an apartment together. But as for these two, I wonder if this is a different dynamic as well, because they've played each other so many times. It's sometimes different when you're playing against opponents that perhaps that you don't have that weight of expectation to win when you're transitioning from youth into seniors. Whereas when you're playing your peers,
24.
Does that add a different element to the way you approach a game or the way you feel about a game?
Yeah, it's interesting.
60.
We'll see how the ante can be upped depending on the occasion.
I often compare it to, say, the like of let's pick Fallon Sherrick as a perfect example, and the way how she performed so well at that World Championships. There was no real expectation. No woman had ever won there before. Allowed her that freedom to play, and she played at such a high level for such a long period of time, but doesn't necessarily always put in that level of performance. She still gets the wins, but not the same level of performance against the women.
Yeah, good point. I think with these young players that are sort of emerging at the same time on the big stage as well, it kind of reminds me of other sports such as, say, Formula One, when they all used to race each other in go-karts and then later on they find themselves in Formula One cars. The rivalry is upped just a little. The stakes are just a little higher.
83. $60. Sophie, you require 54.
Tops for one apiece.
14.
Well, not much Pauling can do about it, though. She's still back on 258.
100. Sophie, you require 40.
So 3 more missiles for McKinley at the top target.
Game shot on the second leg.
And one
Sophie McKinley.
lands where X marked the spot, and it's all square.
Third leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on. 100.
Yeah, as for Paige Pauling today, already got those 2 victories under her belt. That 3-1 win over Angela Kirkwood with a 100% checkout record in that particular match. Backed it up with a 3-1 win over Natalie Gilbert. And just came slightly unstuck against Vicky Pruim because she was in a position to win 3-0, missed the 170, and then fluffed her lines when going for the 41.
140.
But she said it when she spoke in her interview that she feels that she still hasn't produced her very best here
60.
at the Super Series.
$100.
If she gets the win here, then she's top of the table. She's in a very good position.
46.
Still with Kirsty Hutchinson to play as well, who at the moment is tied at the top with her. This could prove to be a kind of landmark day at the Super Series for Paige Pauling.
41.
Well, McKinley knew she'd be back for 120.
43. Sophie, you require 120.
And that slip with the last means she's got at least 6 starts from this position, but may only need the 3.
Double top.
80. $100. Sophie, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Sophie McKinley.
And that's a breaker throw. So McKinley now has it in her hands to make this group even more
Fourth
congested.
leg, it's Sophie to throw first.
Spoke about Pauling pulling away. Well,
Game on.
McKinley could find herself in a couple of games go from threatening to be pretty much dead and buried in this group to being tied at the top. It would be a 4-way tie, mind.
60.
Sometimes in Group C, when you do lose those opening couple of games, if you've got 1 or 2 dominant players that are just picking up points here, there and everywhere,
81.
that's where it becomes difficult. This group just feels different. It feels very tight.
Well, we have the possibility, don't we, that after the next 3 matches, every player has 4 points, based on the way that the fixtures have fallen.
100.
McKinley wins this, Gilbert beats Hutchinson, and then Kirkwood gets the better of Pruim. We're going to the final round of fixtures with a 6-way tie at the top and at the bottom.
I'm not sure if losing out of the place in the finals would be actually more painful if the table was that tight, as opposed to a couple of players running away with it like we saw in Group A.
Yeah, do stay tuned for darting drama here at the Super Series, not just in this group, but I'm sure that we'll see an equally
85.
closely fought Group B.
I will just have to remind myself that if I do get excited and actually win a match, not to dance on the stage.
Well, everyone's expecting it now, Laurie. You can't let down your public.
60. Paige, you require 120.
Inviting dart for a treble, but can't find it.
100. Sophie, you require 96.
And this for the win. 91 remaining. Treble 17, the next port of call.
13. Paige, you require 20.
Yeah, look up to the skies. That was a bit of a disaster there for Sophie McKinley. And Paige Pauling takes full advantage. Back up now on a level playing field, 2 apiece.
5th and final leg. It's Paige to throw first. Game on.
Well, a respectful fist bump there, but no emotion at all on the face of Paige Pauling. She was ready for business in this last leg decider.
It is one thing we've said about Paige, is just that calm and that concentration that she has throughout everything. Very rarely do you see a reaction.
81. $60.
McKinley just pulled into an early lead.
45. $100. $100. $60.
1-4-1 to win the match. Under what pressure?
85. Sophie, you require 141.
Not as much as Pauling would like, but she is on a finish.
$85.
That could be an important last dart for Sophie McKinley.
43.
It means she will get 2 at double, barring a disaster when she returns.
32.
And the disaster
Sophie
maybe has fallen
56.
for Pauling instead. Well, there is the disaster. It's only 1. at tops.
16.
And it gives Pauling a
Paige
chance
require 111.
that maybe she shouldn't have had.
51 looking at 11 and misses the single number. Talking of disasters, that one is disastrous for Paige Pauling.
Sophie McKinley waiting at the back of the
79.
stage, knowing
Sophie
she's got 3
require
darts
40.
in hand to get what would be a huge win, not just for her, but in the context of this group. Tops the target,
Sure. And
and
the match,
McKinley
Sophie McKinley
lands it. And this group just keeps getting closer and closer. The victory there over Paige Pauling sees Sophie McKinley herself move on to 4 points. Kirsty Hutchinson, Paige Pauling, McKinley and Vicky Pruim all have that number. Natalie, Gilbert and Angela Kirkwood chasing them down, and both in action in the next couple of games.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to this intensely fought Group C campaign at this Women's Week. Kirsty Hutchinson is top of the table at the moment, but she's got company. Paige Pauling, Sophie McKinley, Vicky Pruim, all on 4 points with her, and Natalie Gilbert could join those 4 if she beats her here. And, well, in the next match, Angela Kirkwood's going to take on Vicky Pruim. If she can get the win in that one, then every single player will have 4 points. We said it would be close, Laura. I'm not sure even we thought it would be this close.
No, it was a hard one to call, wasn't it? And we did think there would be a few upsets in terms of the way that Vicky Pruim was such a strong favourite, and so far she has come unstuck on one of those matches. But yeah, everyone beating everyone else.
Kirsty to throw first.
But it's what we like here at the
Game
Super
on.
Series. Keeps everything interested, every player involved.
If you haven't been watching us all week, Kirsty Vinnakainen was the Group A winner, 24 points
100.
over 3 days for her from 15 matches, just 3 defeats, 1 fewer than Gemma Hayter, who finished in second place and therefore goes into Group B this evening alongside third place Trina Gulliver. They'll be joined by Laura Turner herself, Robin Byrne and Steph Clark tonight from 10 p.m.
66.
And the finals, as always, from 7:30 on Saturday, live and free on Pluto TV. But the darts doesn't stop there this week. We have got a fun day on Sunday here at the Live Lounge. Double session of darts as the World Seniors descends on the Super Series stage. A champion of champions featuring the 5-time champion of the world, Raymond van Barneveld, playing in that event.
28.
First session gets underway from 1 p.m. on Sunday. Make sure you tune in. Or if you can get down here, better still, head to dartshop.tv, book yourself some tickets, and watch some legends do battle.
This is the 4th meeting between these two this week. Natalie Gilbert getting the better of Kirsty Hutchinson on Tuesday. The other
41.
two have gone the way of Kirsty. Now, if Kirsty was to find a way to get past Natalie once again, then she would be sitting at the top of the table on 6 points, 2 points clear of the rest of the field. But as Chris mentioned, a win for Natalie, and that's another player on 4 points.
$140.
Great 2 treble visit for Hutchinson, leaves her on 50.
$140.
Yeah, Gilbert.
Kirsty requires
declining
50.
kind, but it's 50 here, so 18 for double 16.
$34. Natalie, you require 90.
The safe play here is 20s. Another single for the bull. And it is the red bit.
65.
Could only find the green.
Kirsty requires 16. Game shot on the first leg. Kirsty
No problem
Hutchinson.
for Kirsty Hutchinson. Over the line in 19.
Second leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on. $100. $135.
We mentioned it earlier, didn't we? Kirsty Hutchinson really did have an up and down campaign in Group A. Found herself eventually in Group C. But for me today, she's probably been the most consistent player when it's come to finding the scores and seeing off legs.
$100.
Yeah, has been solid. Final game for Kirsty will be against Paige Pauling.
140.
Natalie will end the day's action against Vicky Pruim.
$100.
Despite the ton Hutchinson on 166, so a chance for Natalie, who knows she'll be back at the Oki.
81.
Just a slip with the last star, is on a finish.
$60. Natalie require 120.
Kirsty Hutchinson on a similar finish. 1 treble, 1 single, 1 double. That means Gilbert's won't go.
$70. Kirsty require 106.
Now again, options. Ops for 6 for tops.
66. Natalie require 50.
And Gilbert opts for 10 for tops. Decent marker. But fails to use it.
Kirsty require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Kirsty Hutchinson.
Yeah, an efficient scoring, efficient finishing from Kirsty Hutchinson. Looking
Third
at
leg, it's Kirsty to throw
match
first.
of the day so
Game
far, averaging over 85.
Yeah, she sort of growing into it, isn't she? We said that she was maybe the most consistent player. She's now starting to
45.
add a little bit of sparkle.
Now, when these two met on the first day back on
62.
Monday, it was a 3-1 victory for Kirsty. In that fixture, she had just over an 85 average. As I say, she's shown signs of it. She's just lacked the consistency, but now she seems to have regained composure.
60.
I think what is going to be fascinating about tomorrow is that it's unlikely that anybody's going to be out of the running in this group, which is usually the case for 1, 2, sometimes even 3 players going into a Friday Group C session.
Yeah, everyone will have something to play for.
$68. $43.
That just opens the door. Is that Hutchinson throw this leg, but Gilbert was starting to race away with it. That one slack visit just offers Hutchinson a way back in.
85.
And how often we've seen it so far today that a player that's dominated a leg, one small slip and they've been punished.
This is a good way to remedy it, mind.
121. $41. Natalie, you require 135.
Time on her side with Kirsty still over 200. Meaning that maybe going for the bull was unnecessary.
85.
Yeah, there is that argument, isn't there? When you know you've got the opportunity to come back to the Oki, there isn't always a reason to chase
60.
those big checkouts.
Natalie require 50.
Well, she needed the single 10. You can perhaps see the tension here. Tops.
30.
We saw Sophie McKinley do
Kirsty
something
require
similar in the previous game.
142.
And of course, we've discussed how tight the group is at the moment, but one thing that could come into play is legs difference. So even if you're going to lose, you don't want to be losing by heavy margins. We've only
36.
seen
Natalie, you require
the
20.
1-3-0 so far today. Trying to work her way in and
No score.
Wrong
Kirsty
side of the wire.
require
Exasperation for
106.
Gilbert.
.86 remaining. Well, that leaves her 82, so we'll probably look at the bull.
66.
Well, that's even better.
Natalie required 20.
Well, more chances to rescue the situation, and
Shot
this
at
time
third
Gilbert
leg,
does
Natalie
get it.
Gilbert. Fourth leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Well, by winning that last leg, Natalie
100.
Gilbert not only keeps the match going, but has found a way of breaking the Hutchinson throws, so gets the chance to throw first here.
100. $58.
And is that an early opening for Hutchinson? Well, if she can fill it up, it most certainly is one she's taken.
140.
Gilbert, you feel, did all the hard work to make it 2-1, but a couple of loose throws and they've been severely punished by Hutchinson.
45.
Still ain't over till it's over.
60.
But time running out for Natalie Gilbert, and of course a victory here for Kirsty Hutchinson would put 4 points between the pair of them.
41.
That could become 6 before the end of the day.
$81.
And all Natalie would have been saying to herself there, just keep it straight. A straight dart would have left her on a finish. Yeah, 80 scored, 95 remaining.
Yeah, when she found the treble there, suddenly her interest peaked again in the leg, didn't it? Oh, I'm going to stop myself here because I could get the job done.
$24. Kirsty require 92.
Again, that's how quickly it can turn around, because Kirsty Hutchinson, if she can find a treble here, she can't. But Gilbert, way back 152, it's a big ask.
72. Natalie require 152.
2 in the treble 20 bed required. 1 not found, so Hutchinson
100.
to wrap it up,
Kirsty
but
required
with pressure
20.
on her shoulders. Double 10.
Game shot and the match.
And in it goes.
Kirsty Hutchinson.
And Kirsty Hutchinson, as a result of that result, moves clear at the top of the table by a couple of points. Crucially, in the battle between the pair of them, 4 points clear of Natalie Gilbert. 3-1 success, hitting 50% of her double attempts in that one, average of 75.5, and an important 3-1 win that sees her as the leader of the group. Vicky Pruim against Angela Kirkwood next.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 50. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back. Pluto TV is the home of the Modus Super Series, and this afternoon, well, there are 4 fixtures still to play on the opening day of Group C, a close group, but Kirsty Hutchinson has just made her play and pulled away at the top of the table. She's on 6 points with 3 wins from her 4 fixtures so far. Vicky Pruim was unbeaten last time she appeared on a Thursday in Group C, but she has lost in this group, but can join Kirsty on 6 points if she gets the better of the debutant Angela Kirkwood, who is on 2 and hoping not to get cut adrift in the same way that Natalie Gilbert might find herself
Vicky to throw
after
first.
that loss to Hutchinson before the break.
Game on.
Yeah, these last few matches of the afternoon, I think they can really start to see the table either take some shape
100.
and have a couple emerge towards the top, or, as we've mentioned, it could be a real cluster of players all on similar points.
100.
What have you made of Kirkwood's debut so far?
Yeah, she started off really strong, got that opening win, been unlucky in a couple of the other encounters, but been
140.
consistent in terms of the way she's played. 70 average to open it up, 69 after that, and lost 3-1 to Hutchinson with around a 73.5, so it's been
85.
consistent. Sometimes there have been a few opportunities on the outer ring. She hasn't been able to convert and allowed her opponent to step in, but I still think there are just more twists and turns as Vicky Pruim pins the first max of the match.
And her first of the day, I believe.
Indeed it is.
140. Vicky require 81.
Well, she's had the 180. What about the 81?
$49.
Just sets up. And could produce the best leg of the day if she hits double 16 with her first start.
60. Vicky required 32.
16.
I had the potential
Angela,
there,
you
I should
require
say, for a 13
116.
darter, and now the leg could be taken away from her if Angela Kirkwood can find that treble 20.
60.
Well thrown darts,
Vicky
just didn't find the
requires
target.
16.
Pruim returns for double 8 to lead.
Game shot on the
Dead
first
centre,
leg.
great
Vicky
dart.
Pruim.
Great start.
And that hopefully
Second
will
leg,
put
it's
Vicky
Angela
Pruim
to
back
throw
on track
first.
because
Game on.
in that defeat at the hands of Kirsty McKinley, she was 0 from 8. She had chances to win 2 of the 3 legs and couldn't get across, couldn't find the double. But
140.
no real drama in the end in the opener here.
140.
Well, this leg is pretty handy so far. Only one score has been achieved.
100.
That run ends, but almost as good. Every single score in 3 figures.
66.
That does get it down to a finish. And now Vicky Pruim, nothing she can
40.
do from that position.
Angela, you require 155. 59. 41.
Yeah, a few
Angela, you
wild darts
require
there
96.
from Vicky Pruim, and again afforded plenty of time here for Kirkwood.
Game shot on the second leg.
Beautiful.
Angela Kirkwood.
Leg of darts from Angela Kirkwood. 15 darter.
Third
Taking
leg,
out
it's
the
Vicky to
96
throw
combination
first.
to win it.
Game on.
Just alerting Vicky Pruim to the fact that she will not have this game all her own way.
And as important it is for Vicky in
100.
terms of her attempt to get through to tomorrow. Equally, Angela Kirkwood here could either join Vicky on 4 points or be one of those players still sat on that solitary win.
60. 85. 60.
I mentioned that we will return this evening from 10. We'll also reveal next week's lineup
28.
as we return to the main Modus Super Series competition. We saw a little earlier today, Laura, the field for Champions Week, or half the field for Champions Week, and it is blockbuster, isn't it, so far?
Yeah, and it's already starting to have that international feel. Jeff Smith from Canada, couple from England, couple from Ireland, and obviously Adam Gavlas, first player.
78.
First player, I believe, to have actually played here from Czechia, let alone pick up a title.
And if you look at the players that have qualified as well, you've got Jeff Smith, former
41.
world finalist, Scott Taylor, former Super Series champion, John O'Shea, former world master, Shane McGurk, world champion, Andy Hamilton, former world finalist, and Adam Gavlas, former world youth finalist.
60.
Some pedigree.
It's not bad, is it? But it just goes to show how difficult it is to actually win one of these weeks here at the Super Series. Now, the standard is exceptional.
41.
And I'm
Vicky
telling you,
require
wait until you see the
150.
lineup for next week. If you sat on a chair at the time, you'll fall off it. Oh, this is wonderful.
132.
Yeah, not able to add the 150 to the 160 she hit earlier on this afternoon.
100. Vicky require 18. Game shot on the third leg. Vicky Pruim.
So Pruim ahead. And she looks to continue the climb up the table.
Fourth leg, it's Angela to throw first.
She is to make it through to finals night once again and maintain that perfect record of doing so. You don't feel like it will be with the same level of serenity as she did last time she was here.
100.
No, everyone in this field very much in the mix still at the moment.
100.
But this match between these two at the moment on course being the best of the day,
41.
both averaging around the early to mid 80s.
$100. $60.
Unsurprisingly, these two, they've played each other a couple of times on the Women's Super... on the PDC Women's Series. Was the most recent victory this
94.
year, just a couple of weekends ago, where Vicky Pruim got the better of Angela Kirkwood. Angela won their initial meeting.
100. $100.
And I think it's interesting because players now playing with such regularity that we are meeting each other time and time again. The fear factor sometimes when you play those top players seems to slowly ebb away.
$28. Vicky require 106.
Well, it could be over now. Doesn't have to go in this visit, but it may well. Double 18.
Game shot and the match.
And it is
Vicky
over.
Pruim.
Pruim proves her worth. A fantastic performance there. Perhaps the performance of the day. A 3-1 success over Angela Kirkwood, in which Pruim took out a fabulous 106 to win it. 3-1 win. 86.86 the average. And she moves herself onto 6 points. Kirsty Hutchinson could go on to 8. She takes on Paige Pauling next. Into the final round of fixtures we go then here on day one of Group C, and that's what's happened in the previous 3 games. Sophie McKinley, Kirsty Hutchinson and Vicky Pruim getting wins. Hutchinson is going to take on Paige Pauling in the next game before Angela Kirkwood ends her day against McKinley, and the curtain closer is Natalie Gilbert against Vicky Pruim. In terms of the table, well, it is close. Could have been even closer, but defeats for Gilbert and Kirkwood have left them on 2 points at the foot of the field. Pauling and McKinley will be determined to get victories in their final games and see themselves tied at the top with Kirsty Hutchinson and Vicky Pruim. But if either of those players can win, then they're going to be in a very healthy position going into tomorrow. And the first one to get the chance to do that is Kirsty Hutchinson here. Big game ahead, Laura. If Kirsty wins it, she's on 8 points. If Paige wins it, then she joins her on 6.
Yeah, you do tend to find it, don't you? At this point in proceedings, there are games that just seem to have that bigger swing value on them, and this is most definitely one of them. Yeah, as for Paige Pauling,
First leg, it's Kirsty to throw first.
Mixed results for her.
Game
2
on.
wins, 2 losses. Puts her on 4 points, but just that slightly better leg difference puts her above Sophie McKinley, also on 4 points.
$26. $58.
In terms of their meetings this week, both players coming through via Group A. Kirsty Hutchinson got the better of Paige Pauling on Monday, but Paige Pauling got her revenge Tuesday and Wednesday.
41.
Yeah, I get the feeling that whoever loses this match is going to sort of leave disappointed. I think Paige Pauling's day is probably worth 6 points and Kirsty Hutchinson's day is probably worth 8 points, but both of those things can't happen.
Yeah, I'd agree with that
81.
sentiment. And also, as important it is to get off to a good start, I think when you've got another day's play, it's really important to try and end on a win as well, because you can just take that confidence. Sometimes people say, you're as good as your last game, and if you can win that last game coming into tomorrow, it will just make you feel that much better.
Yeah, kind of, rather than having to dwell on a defeat overnight. One thing that you don't do in darts is sort of have a match incomplete. You think about long snooker matches where I always think, how do players feel when they go into bed and they're 6 or 7 frames down? But it's a similar feeling, isn't it? If you've lost 3 or 4 of your games in this group, you're coming back thinking, right, I've got to be perfect tomorrow now.
Yeah, and especially in this last match as well, because that will be your first match tomorrow.
And that's exactly the attitude that actually often the player
66.
who's behind on points should take, because they only have to think, well, if I beat this opponent twice, I'm now ahead of them.
100.
And it's Paige
Kirsty
with
required
prime
94.
opportunity to do it here, but it's Kirsty first for a finish.
And goes for the treble. Some would have gone for the bull in that spot. Interestingly, Paige Pauling's got a similar decision to make here.
54. Paige required 93.
Neither player bothering with the bullseye, both going big, going bold.
73.
And that was a
Kirsty
miscount
required
for Paige
40.
Pauling.
Well, the plus side is she didn't bust the score, but it could be all academic in the end. If Kirsty Hutchinson, 1 dot in hand, can find double 5. And
No score.
bit of a flyer in the
Paige
end.
required 20.
Yeah, she had 74 left. She thought she had 78 left. All will be well that ends well if she can find the actual remainder of 20,
score.
which was only left because she
Kirsty
didn't hit the double that she went for
40.
wrongly. Well, this would be an ironic salt in the wound shot, and it is.
Game shot on the first leg.
Hutchinson
Kirsty
pins a target that Paige couldn't. and leads in the pair's last match.
Second leg, it's Paige to throw first.
We saw something similar earlier on this afternoon with Natalie Gilbert
96.
hitting triple 16 to leave double 12, but going for the tops target. Again, a similar outcome. She did miss, so didn't bust the score.
95. $40. $140. $97.
Could prove to be an important switch. Finding the treble 19 with the last start keeps Paige in contention, but already Kirsty Hutchinson just wrestled away the advantage a throw Paige Pauling had coming into the leg.
60. $40.
It doesn't want to stay there. 185 remaining.
46.
That'll do just nicely.
Sometimes when you get completely wrapped up into a match and your focus is on scoring big, beating your opponent down to a finish, that element of ball
25.
management is something
Kirsty
that
require
not all players have
160.
quite perfected. As it stands, the 25 left Hutchinson on 160, but not going to go. And
26.
a bit of a disastrous visit.
$85. Kirsty require 134.
So 74 left here. As we all know, that's treble 18 and double 10.
94.
Paige Pauling
require
had 118 left yesterday, I believe, or earlier on in the week, and it was a score that she managed to bust and then check out on the next throw.
78.
Neither applied
Kirsty
on this
require
visit.
40. Game shot on the second leg.
Tops
Kirsty Hutchinson.
for the player at the top. And if Kirsty does win this match, she will
Third leg,
cement
it's
herself
Kirsty
as top
to
of the
throw
table at the end
first.
of the day. Nobody else is going to catch her on leg difference.
Game on.
+5 going into it, up to +7 now. Next best is, or was, Paige Pauling at +2.
100.
She's doing two things really here, isn't she, Kirsty, in terms of the league
58.
table. She's moving herself away from that closeness in the group, but she's also protecting herself if she falls back into it a little bit tomorrow, because her leg difference is going to be so
60.
healthy with it. Then if it does get close and come down to those things, she's going to have the advantage.
Yeah, she's definitely trying to
100.
cement herself in that top spot.
And it can come down to head-to-heads. It can come down to legs won in those head-to-heads. So
26.
3-1, 3-0 victories are worth more than 3-2 wins. Could also come down to averages for split the
41.
players if it gets too close.
Well, up to that last match, that would have been something that Kirsty Hutchinson was leading, having had the best
100.
couple of performances up to that point. But Vicky Pruim threw in a massive average in her 3-1 victory over Angela Kirkwood.
132. $81. Paige require 170.
Well, she did threaten this earlier on. Not going to get a chance at the ball on this
45.
occasion. So 1-3-4 for the match for Kirsty Hutchinson.
134.
We could see a little bit of
58.
flashness here from Paige Pauling. Ball 25 ball. Not to beat. Been a
53.
disappointing end to what's been a
Kirsty
promising day for
requires
Paige.
76.
Should still be the one dart for the match for Hutchinson. Tops the target for a 3-0 victory, and it is a 3-0 victory. A big sigh of relief for Kirsty Hutchinson as she gets to cross the line against Paige Pauling. She will finish this first day of Group C, sat at the top for now on 8 points. And there you can see the tail of the tape, 0 from 4. Chances missed by Paige Pauling, but it's Kirsty Hutchinson that wins that encounter. Coming up next, the penultimate match will between Angela Kirkwood and Sophie McKinley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Couple of games left in this group, but the day's work is done for Kirsty Hutchinson, who's alongside me, winning 4 out of her 5 matches. A very good day at the office. Just sum up how you're feeling at the end of it, Kirsty.
Yeah, I actually feel incredible today. It's been a tough week. I've took a lot of beatings this week, and I didn't really know how I was going to pick myself back up mentally. But coming into today, I was just going to try and enjoy it, and I did just that, and I've got over the line. I've good day's work.
It is, look, you've been here for 4 days now. It is a brutal sort of short format as well. So sometimes can results overshadow where your game's actually at?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm one of those players when I feel like my game is on top and then I lose that leg, I find it hard to pick myself up and get back in the game. I kind of just dwell on that lost leg. Today I've come in with a total different mental attitude and it's paid off. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, is that something that kind of just having the morning off gives you the chance to prepare for how you're going to approach a day?
No, I don't think so. Like, it depends what mood I wake up in, to be fair. You know, I'm either 100% or I'm nothing. And this morning I was just like, you know what, you've got nothing to win, nothing to lose. So just go and enjoy it and hope you make Saturday. So
you are top of the table. You're definitely going to stay there, whatever happens in the last couple of games today. So what will be what's the mindset you hope you wake up in tomorrow to make sure you see the job through?
Yeah, I'll just do exactly what I did last night, you know. I just chilled early night, woke up this morning and thought, just try and play good darts because I am really struggling. I have got a dartitis. My third dart, it's a lot to let go of and I dwell on that. And today I just didn't let it defeat me and I just threw it and hoped for the best. So yeah, I'll do the same again tomorrow.
Yeah, just quickly while we've got you here, and you've mentioned that, obviously you're holding that fourth dart. For players that we've seen visibly struggling with dartitis, you seem to have found a way to manage it. I know it might not feel like that when you're throwing that third dart, but in terms of when we watch it, you look to be maybe coping better than a lot of players would.
Yeah, so usually people with dartitis seem to struggle with their first dart, and I've heard that a lot. Mine's my third. I did have dartitis in the past, quite a few years ago, and I overcome it by using that fourth dart. So I've just brought it back into my game, and it makes it feel more comfortable, even though it doesn't look it. But for me, mentally, it's what's helped me kind of get over the line. So I'll just keep doing that, even though it does look embarrassing.
Well, no, it certainly doesn't, and certainly not embarrass yourself today. Done very, very well. Well done today. Hope to be chatting to you again at this point tomorrow. Kirsty winning 4 of her 5 matches, 2 more to come, and myself and Laura Turner will talk you through them.
Yeah, great to hear from Kirsty Hutchinson. Great to hear that despite the struggles that she's had this week and with the dartitis, that she's finding a way to get through it. And as Murph said, she will be top of the table going into tomorrow. With regards to Angela Kirkwood and Sophie McKinley, Sophie's picked up a couple of wins today, including a 3-0 win over Vicky Pruim, who is sat second on the table. Angela Kirkwood, really strong start. 3-2 win over Natalie Gilbert. Has played very well, very consistent throughout, but the results just haven't quite gone her way. You feel for Angela Kirkwood at the moment. This is a win that she's going to need to have just to keep herself really in contention for either spot number 1 or 2. Otherwise, going into tomorrow, she may find herself cut adrift at the bottom of the table.
41. A
win for Sophie McKinley. That will put her on 6 points and in a really comfortable position. And I think for someone like Sophie, who lost her opening 2 matches, a real turnaround in terms of how things started to how things finished. As for Angela, she'll be looking to bookend today's campaign. A win at the start, if she can finish off with a little win at the end, it would just give her that confidence again going into tomorrow.
Yeah, problem is really for Angela, and the same will apply to Natalie Gilbert. In fact, I think a lot is on that game that follows this for Natalie Gilbert and Vicky Pruim, is that if Vicky also gets to 8 points,
100.
Being on 2 does seem a big ask, doesn't it, to turn it around 6 points off the top. If you're 4 points off, there's a chance, but I think Angela will be hoping
26.
to win this and then also be hoping that Natalie does the job against Vicky as well.
Yeah, because then that would put the rest of the field on 4 points. And as you say,
95.
that feels less surmountable. Just a couple of wins. If you're relying on having a 4 or a 6 point gap between you and the rest of the field, you're not only having to look for perfection in your own game, but you're also really after favours from some of the other players.
I have to say, it was fascinating to talk to Kirsty
Angela, you
Hutchinson
require
then.
147.
Sort of overcoming physical and mental battles on the hockey, but she has done both of those things
59.
today, and
Sophie,
very,
you
very good
require
value for
84.
her 8 point haul. Treble 17 will be the target. Good rescue to get a go at double 16.
68. Angela, you require 88.
Treble 18, but single 18 for the ball.
63.
Could
Sophie,
only
you require
find the
16.
25. So McKinley, early chance here for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the first leg. Sophie McKinley.
And she does that. And if she were to win, she'd be on 6 points, very much in the mix. Particularly if Gilbert were to get the job done against Pruim.
Sophie first. Game on.
She'd find herself in second place.
Yeah, I was really pleased to hear that Kirsty speaking with positivity, because when she was speaking to Henry earlier on in the week, she was saying that she is that type of player that kind of finds negativity where perhaps there is a lot of positives.
100.
What I did say to her off air, though, there's just that one thing she said about how horrible it looks for throwing a last dart. I've not seen that. I've not noticed that. I can understand how it might feel like that, but just watching, I think it probably feels worse than it actually looks if you were to watch it back.
Yeah, it's not unusual. We've seen players, haven't we, who there are certain geographical areas in the world where they chalk their own games. So I've seen players carrying a pen because that's what they're used to having in their hands. So they will hold a pen whilst holding their other darts. And yeah, it's at the end of the day, I don't think it really matters, how you look. And as you say, it doesn't
55.
look. It doesn't look, unusual at all, really. It's just people aren't used to seeing 4 darts in someone's hand. If she was going to start using that 4th dart, people might have something to say.
100.
Good point. Well made. She did also reference off air about changing the colour of that dart, which you noticed earlier on.
Was it just for a bit of a change of fortune?
Yeah, as she said, woke up in a different mood and
85.
wanted to kind of reflect that.
Angela, you require 121.
And that's the right way to approach this group as well, isn't it? Because let's face it, everybody starts again.
65.
Yeah, we quite often say, it's almost like a totally different tournament. You've got new players coming in. You can draw a line under anything that's happened previously and reset.
60. Angela, you require 56. $16.
Well, leaves
Sophie, you
a
require
double in the end.
141.
But if Sophie McKinley takes up that 141, it would hurt. It's not going to go.
105. Angela, you require 40.
Good set-up play in the end for McKinley, but Kirkwood 3 here for tops.
Just felt she might be able to brush that off the barrel and in the bed,
30.
but the doubles have
Sophie, you
been
require
the
36.
downfall for Angela Kirkwood today.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
again,
Sophie
3
McKinley.
missed for Kirkwood, and McKinley there to sweep up.
Third leg, it's Angela to throw first. Game on. $100. $60.
McKinley one away from a win that would take her to second in the table, at least for now. Angela Kirkwood, I have to say,
140.
will be feeling flat. She spoke at the start of the day, didn't she, about the importance of getting that first win, and she got it in the very first game. It may end up being the only win.
60.
Yeah, it's a testament to not only the rest of the field, but also the
45.
how much we've spoken about the format and how best of 5. It can be a little bit of a leveler, but we've seen quality shine through from Kirsty Hutchinson.
100.
Angela Kirkwood here, though, in the stronger position of the two. But getting down to a double hasn't necessarily always been Kirkwood's problem. It's just been seeing off the leg quickly enough to not afford the opponent any opportunity. That's where it's all gone slightly wrong.
$140. Angela, you require 156.
140 to leave 141. And that could be the match-winning shot. It's already a go 180.
So
almost take out 141.
141.
No, but that visit of 28 still leaves Angela Kirkwood on a
51.
3-dart checkout.
Angela, you require 128.
Treble 20. It would have left the ball, so more chances here for Sophie
56.
McKinley.
Sophie, you require 90.
For the match, another 20. Leaves the ball. She's been good on this target today.
65.
Can't quite
Angela,
find
you
it on this
require
occasion.
72.
Last chance for Kirkwood.
Single for double for a 72.
52. Sophie, you require
Chance come and
25.
gone.
Well, she chooses double 10. The problem is, has she blocked double 5? No,
shot,
she's managed
and
to
the
use
match.
it straight through the
Sophie
fly
McKinley.
into the bed, and Sophie McKinley signs off with a comprehensive crushing of Angela Kirkwood, and that might just dash her hopes of making it through to finals night on debut. Kirkwood ends the day with just one win that she got in the first match, but Sophie McKinley ends it with 3. And for now, she's second in the table. She can be replaced by Vicky Pruim, who takes on Natalie Gilbert next.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there. George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back for one last game on Thursday afternoon, and it features Natalie Gilbert and Vicky Pruim. Kirsty Hutchinson is the table topper at the halfway stage of Group C, but will she be joined on 8 points by Pruim at the end of this match, or will Gilbert put herself in contention and keep this group very, very close? She's on 2 points with just one win at the moment, Natalie Gilbert. That came earlier today against Sophie McKinley. Vicky Pruim has tasted just one defeat. That came earlier today against Sophie McKinley.
It's Natalie to throw first.
But I think it's a big game in terms of the group. I think if Pruim wins it, then you can probably discount Gilbert and Kirkwood. But if she doesn't, then everybody's in play.
100.
Yeah, Vicky Pruim came into this afternoon's proceedings as a heavy favourite. She has picked up the 3 wins from 4. Did suffer a defeat. It was a heavy defeat as well. It was 3-0. But has bounced back well.
$83. $60.
But you feel Vicky Pruim's just kind of building into this. As I say, she suffered the defeat, but what a way to bounce back, because she got that 3-1 win over Angela Kirkwood. It included a 106 finish to win and averaged 86.86, by far the best average that we've seen today.
45.
I mean, we were discussing, weren't we, earlier on, that this could be something where everyone's pretty much on the same points.
38.
At that point, just lost its grip on the sisal. You could see it ready to fall. I suppose the only thing that Gilbert could have done to try and rescue that was chuck a dart below it and hope it kind of rested on it, but I'd rather go for a treble, and the dart ended up on the floor.
70.
I mean, in terms of the force behind it, you can see that direct forceful throw that Vicky Pruim has.
108.
And you can see it there, put to very good use. Another maximum for Vicky Pruim.
Just when Gilbert thought that this leg could well be hers, Pruim does that. Lays down her authority.
Vicky require 49.
Can she finish? Double 16. Just lays a little awkwardly there. Shuffles across.
17.
And can't
Natalie
find it.
require 38.
Double 19 for Gilbert. Opts to go straight forward. And here's that dart. It's proving awkward, so yet tries to find a different angle through.
And she got the angle right, actually, with the last dart. Just the weight of the dart slightly out. Can Pruim make her pay? Well, now she's made it very difficult. Blocks at the top, blocks at the bottom, so she goes straight down the middle for a one-leg lead. This may be the last match of the afternoon session,
Second
but we
leg,
will
it's Vicky
be
to throw
back
first.
from 10 p.m. this evening for Group B. And if you like a bit of dancing with your darts, Laura Turner will be on the stage.
It's just involuntary. I don't mean to do it. It's
60.
just pure nerves and excitement coming out all at once. And it's bad dancing as well.
Yeah, they haven't announced a lineup for Strictly this year yet, have they?
I would need some work, Murph.
You're not the only member of our team to dance in front of the cameras. Henry Deacon had a go alongside Leonard Gates once upon a time.
45.
Yeah, I bet that was proper dad dancing as well, wasn't it?
Oh, it sounded like Dad.
Yeah, you have to remember there's always a camera watching when you're around here. You
46.
can't get away with much.
Well, I'm just looking forward to seeing what routine you put on if you actually go and win
140.
the week.
Maybe a bit of robot. I don't know.
Heard it here first. Great darts here from Gilbert.
108.
Adds her name to the maximum roll of honour for the day.
$83.
Natalie Gilbert really battling, and you feel this battle not just to stay in the match, but to stay in contention for a place in the finals.
A little behind the scenes secret. We have actually got
25.
somebody here on work experience this week. I won't say who, but for some reason, when you said you were going to do a bit of robot, I'm told that she had her head in her hands.
123.
I could have said absolutely anything, and that particular work experience person would have had her head in her hands. Any kind of public displays of dancing
30.
from myself would just
Vicky
send her into
require
a world of shame.
Well, nothing to be ashamed about here from Vicky Pruim. She's
Edge on
producing
the second leg,
some good
Vicky
stuff
Pruim.
to end her day. A 2-0 win. 2-0 lead, sorry.
Third leg, it's Natalie to throw first.
Hoping for a 3-0
Game
win.
on.
I haven't seen anyone turn around this 2-0 deficit so far today. Can Gilbert be the one, or is Pruim going to end the day on a high?
26.
I think that what that tends to go to show as well is that in Group C you've got a lot of players that are good front runners. They tend to get better as the match progresses, and it is hard to come back
45.
from being behind, but even harder when you're playing up with someone who then ups their level once again.
58. $123.
Interestingly as well, something that we don't really talk about in darts is
85.
stamina. But when you look at the final fixtures here, we only had 1 3-0 all day. 2 players have already lost 3-0, and this one could go 3-0 in the last match. Do you think energy levels could be playing a factor?
Oh, most definitely, especially if you're new to this. Angela Kirkwood has mentioned she's a debutante here in this type of format. And then you've got the likes of, say, a Paige Pauling, who went 3-0 down to Kirsty Hutchinson. And she's been playing all week as well. So, yeah, it's not necessarily always just physical fatigue, but mental fatigue, where you've played darts. And if you're a player that really has to concentrate, that also plays a bit of an element. And I think it is something that's gradually starting to be talked about a bit more, especially in terms of fitness. With all the tournaments that are available for players, you're noticing that fitness regimes are now coming into play.
40.
Well, she leaves it long enough, it might
Natalie
penetrate the
required
board.
170.
Had it found a 20, she'd be on the same checkout as Natalie Gilbert is here. Instead, Gilbert is allowed a little bit of breathing space in this third leg.
98. Vicky.
Comedy moment as the referee Jack Garwood was just expecting Vicky to be on a finish, that she's been that good in this game.
100. Natalie
She
requires
couldn't take out
72.
190. Can Gilbert take out 72.
$32. Vicky require 90.
This for the match.
Ball for the match.
65.
And it whistled past the wire.
Natalie require 40.
Chasing it round the board, trying to keep the match going, and she does
Edge on the
find
third
double
leg,
five.
Natalie Gilbert.
But Vicky Pruim here, just with that advantage of throwing
Fourth leg,
first. If she
it's
can
Vicky
put
to
in
throw
a big
first.
2 treble
on.
visit or better, all that pressure straight on the shoulders of Natalie Gilbert.
59. $100. $140.
Solid response from Vicky Pruim.
$62. $140.
I think Vicky might have left 162 on purpose here just to test our referee.
No. Waited with bated breath, but no response, no movement from Jack.
54.
I want to wait when she returns. Maybe under more pressure than she thought she would have been.
140. Vicky require 108.
It was a good line, inviting dart.
55.
Tried to pick off a treble.
Natalie require
20.
139.
And this would be something if Natalie Gilbert can find the 139. But again, could leave herself on a double if there's a slip hit from Vicky Pruim.
99. Vicky require 53.
Double top.
13.
Well, we said we haven't
Natalie
seen the total
require
turnaround
40.
yet. It could be happening here. Pruim misses opportunities. Gilbert wants the same target. Credit to her for hanging around in this
Edge
fixture.
on the fourth leg,
And now she will
Natalie
have
Gilbert.
the darts to win it.
Fifth and final leg. It's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
This will be the last leg of the day, and it could be a very important one in terms of setting up tomorrow.
Pruim's first couple of games, they did go the distance.
43.
Pruim getting over the line in the end.
In terms of the league table, Kirsty Hutchinson, top of it on 8 points. Currently, Sophie McKinley and Vicky Pruim both have
41.
6. If Pruim can win this leg, she will be on 8 with Hutchinson. Paige Pauling on 4. Natalie Gilbert on 2. A victory for here means that there would only be 2 points
21.
between Natalie Gilbert and second place. Defeat here means there would be 6 points between Natalie Gilbert and second place. This leg is huge.
Really is.
60.
And neither player, both thrown 6 darts, no treble found between them as yet. And I think that's just an indicator of how big this leg probably feels to them as well.
Every big treble is going to be like gold dust.
96. $26.
Yeah, 3 very well thrown darts from Vicky Pruim, but the outcome just 26.
Yeah, every little treble is going to be, well, just like dust, I suppose. Can she hunt another big one down here? Oh, deflection into the
45.
5.
100.
Vicky Pruim finding a big treble of her own. Natalie at these kind of positions, she's been quite good at finding a big response.
100.
She's put herself in pole position from absolutely nowhere in this match. It looked like it was going to be a uniform 3-0 win
40
for Vicky Pruim the way the game started, but Gilbert hung on in there. She's taken her chances, and now she's a firm favourite to pick up the victory.
And this is where you're thinking, one, just keep them straight, but try and pick off that treble.
43.
Again, just one wayward dart could be costly.
77. Natalie require 153.
And that visit there brings Vicky Pruim right back in the match, but 93 here required. Double 18 for a 153, and the biggest comeback,
Natalie Gilbert,
coupled with the biggest finish Natalie Gilbert has found this week. It was disappointment for Vicky Pruim. She was leading 2-0, but Gilbert did not relent. She didn't give up. She found a way back into it and finds a magnificent 153 to take the victory in the end. There, the tail of the tape. There's not much between them in terms of stats, but it's that big finish that makes all the difference. And it is Kirsty Hutchinson that finishes top. And Natalie Gilbert will be on 4 points.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group C has just come to an end, a very interesting end as well, particularly that final result when Vicky Pruim led 2-0 against Natalie Gilbert and looked like potentially eliminating her and Angela Kirkwood from the running tomorrow. But Gilbert's fight back, sealed with that fabulous 1-5-3 to win the match 3-2, means that it is all to play for pretty much everybody in the group. The standout star of the day, though, has been Kirsty Hutchinson. She's won 4 of her 5 matches. Pruim finds herself nestled behind Sophie McKinley, the pair of them with 6 points. Paige Pauling and now Natalie Gilbert on 4, and Angela Kirkwood still in with a chance, 4 points off second place. Laura Turner has been alongside me in comms today. Laura, Kirsty Hutchinson kind of got what she deserved, and the way that the last results have gone have worked in her favour as well.
Yeah, it just gives her that 2-point clearly going in tomorrow, doesn't it? There's that little bit of a buffer, but we know that results can still change around. But I've really enjoyed what I've seen from Kirsty, and a conversation with you as well. Just the fact that she's come in with a different attitude. Yeah, things didn't quite go to plan in Group A, but she wants to turn things around in Group C, enjoy the darts, and she looked really good.
Yeah, what does she need to do then tomorrow? She mentioned it kind of just depends what mood she wakes up in, but how can she ensure she does follow up that kind of outlook that she had today?
Personally, I think she's going to feel better because she's played better. So she hasn't got that weight on her shoulders that she hasn't been able to perform, because we've seen full well, both by results and stats, that she has been the standout performer throughout today. So yeah, just do much of what she said. Go back, chill out, don't worry about anything. Hopefully wake up on the right side of the bed tomorrow morning and come in and try and just repeat what she's done today.
Certainly the standout performer, Kirsty, but maybe under the radar, second place Sophie McKinley. What have you made of her?
I think she'll be pleased after the start that she made. She lost those opening 2 fixtures, and she really looked like that player. She was sat at the foot of the table and then managed to turn it around against Vicky Pruim, beating her 3-0, and hasn't really looked back since then. So solid performances, even in the matches that she lost. But yeah, I think she'll be pleased to walk away with 6 points, considering at the halfway stage she didn't have any.
You mentioned Vicky there, that perfect record may be under threat. Who knows what she'll do tomorrow, but she could have been on the same points as Kirsty, in the same position as Kirsty, and really got rid of a few of her rivals. She played some fantastic stuff, didn't she? But she's not finding it as simple as last time she was here.
No, and that starts for you. She hasn't played poorly, and like you said, we've had moments of magic from Vicky Pruim, including the highest average. The penultimate match she played, it was an 86 average. So she's shown the standards. Perhaps it's just the consistency, and when she's been pushed, she's just allowed her opponents a couple more many chances. The 3-0 defeat she had 8 at the outer ring, couldn't convert any of them. So it's just a few bits that she needs to tweak. But knowing Vicky, she'll just come in tomorrow head on. She knows she's got a job to do. She's come in as favourite. She wants to get through to the final.
Have you seen enough from Vicky today to suggest that she will maintain that perfect qualification record?
Yeah, I would never kind of back against Vicky. She's one of those players. She's so experienced. She's represented her country. She picked up multiple titles on the WDF and the BDO circuit as well. She's a seasoned player. She's got that experience that she can draw upon, and we've seen some really good stuff from her as well.
We talk about those sort of pivotal encounters, and look, we've been saying Kirsty Hutchinson got the 8 points she deserved. Do you think Paige Pauling might feel that she deserved more than 4 points today?
Yeah, and you could see there was a bit of disappointment, a bit of despondency at times where, she had just missed out 3 legs to 2, because she's put in, again, really solid performances. She has been... She's a young player, obviously. She's kind of transitioning on to this senior circuit. And I know that she's had ups and downs in Group A. I felt that she looked much better today once again. But, yeah, just not all the results going her way in the end.
Yeah, and Natalie Gilbert found herself in a very similar position. Yet she managed to pull it off, the turnaround from 2-0 down, and the defining moment of the day has to be the very last checkout of the day.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased for Natalie because, she's a really popular character on the women's series as well, and she's been really competitive in the matches. It's just the results have gone against her. So for her to step up there, not only come from a 2-0 deficit, but to get that 1-5-3 to win it as well, that should give her so much confidence going into proceedings tomorrow. But also, it just keeps everyone interested in those top 2 spots.
Including Angela Kirkwood, who is only on 2 points. You think that last result has saved her a little bit as well?
Well, I think it's just kept her much more in the running. If there were 2 players on 8 points, it would be very difficult to come back from 6 points. The fact that, position number 2, Sophie McKinley, she's got 6 points, Angela's got 2. It's just a couple of wins turnaround. Anything can happen tomorrow. So, yeah, it just keeps you in the running statistically, but it will be difficult.
Have you enjoyed working here this afternoon?
I have. I'm getting a bit stressed out because I know what's coming this evening.
Yeah, you'll be busy tonight. We have got Group B coming up from 10 p.m. this evening. And as you can see, Laura Turner is going to be part of that group, along with Steph Clark and Robin Byrne coming in, and Gemma Hayter and Trina Gulliver, who dropped in from Group A. I'm going to have to remain totally professional. Laura, predictions, please.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Well, I do predict some, top quality games. There's 4 players and me in there that are able to produce the goods. Look, we've all had successes on that Modus Super Series stage. That I will say. You've got Gemma Hayter, who will be disappointed to find herself playing these the next couple of days. So, I'm hoping she doesn't go in as that kind of wounded animal and take it all out on everyone else. But yeah, it's going to be competitive. That much I will say. But do not ask me to predict who goes through.
First match as well as against Trina Gulliver, who sits in that chair as often as you do. Grudge match.
Oh, no, I honestly, Trina and I get on so well, so hopefully not. Yeah, maybe a little bit of bragging rights in the back room, so maybe we can pick up one apiece, both go through and settle it all out on finals night.
How are you approaching this evening? Because you've had mixed experiences when you've played at the Super Series, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been tough, and I kind of had the same attitude that Angela Kirkwood had this morning. For me, especially in Group B where there's less games, then it's all about that first match. It's about just making a solid start. Even if you don't get the win, try and get the result close, get as close as you can. But I know that I'm game 1 and 3, so my tournament could be brilliant by game 3, or it could be in real peril from the off. So I just think the start's all important. Just get out there and try and pick up some points.
Yeah, certainly. And do you think that the experience of being here, is that something that you and Trina can both kind of take into the practice room and try and get a little bit of a mental edge against your opponents at all?
Oh, perhaps. It's all darts is all on the night anyway. But we know this building inside and out. That much I will say. But it's what happens up on the stage. So it's tough because obviously working this week. Trina did it in the last Women's Week. She did some commentary in the evening session and played in the afternoon session. So it's just something to adjust to. Just shut out the fact that I know that everyone's kind of talking about. You're in commentary talking about us. We've got all the cameras on us. Just forget about that. Try and play the darts.
Yeah, well, don't listen to Laura Turner. Play herself down. A finalist before here. What would it mean for you to get through to that Saturday again?
Oh, it would just be, just cap off. I love playing here anyway, but I've just had a fantastic, last weekend as well. So to back it up with the trophy here, that would mean a lot anyway. But to do it, in close succession from a Six Nations title, that would be absolutely amazing.
Do you want me to stop asking you questions?
It's up to you. I'm used to it now.
Okay, well, there is plenty coming up here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. Of course, this evening, Group B getting underway from 10 p.m. Laura Turner will be on the stage. Whether she's dancing or not probably depends on performances and results. But right after this show, we've got a tungsten talk on the future of women's darts, taking a deep dive into the way that darts is going in the ladies' game. Very apt for this week. A tungsten talk with Fallon Sherrick at 9:35. The live action this evening, and of course on Saturday 7:30, the finals night is going to get underway. But from me and Laura Turner for this afternoon, well, you'll see us both again tonight.
Generational talent playing at the peak of her powers.
She steps back, has a good look, and nails it.
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish.
Finds it with a third dart. Great to get that victory.
Kirsty, Vicky.